Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to the second edition of the Sustainable Research Symposium. I'm very happy to see you all here and welcome you, of course, all you here in the room with me, but also, of course, all our online participants who are joining us today, actually from more than 40 different countries all over the world. My name is Gabriela. I will be the host for the first session of our symposium. I originally come from the Czech Republic, but now working here in the Netherlands at the Erasmus University Medical Center in Rotterdam. And I'm also a member of the Green Labs Netherlands team. And it is actually the Green Labs Netherlands who made it possible that we are meeting here today. It all started about a year ago when the first Sustainable Research Symposium was organized. That was by a team in Denmark, which was a collaboration between the Ava Sustain and CPR Goes Green. And that symposium attracted more than 700 registered participants and showed that there is really an interest among scientists to attend these kind of events, which show us how we can make our research more sustainable. And that's where the idea came to make this into a traveling event with a new organizing team every year. And that's where the Green Labs Netherlands and our team comes into the light. Of course, we had to put together quite a big team because you can imagine that organizing an event for a couple hundred people takes a lot of work. But we were very lucky because we put together this amazing group full of very passionate, green-minded scientists, and they invested a lot of their free time next to their research into making this possible. And I really hope that you enjoy the program which we together prepared for you. And of course, I would like to thank everybody from the team and everybody who is here today to support us throughout the event. And I would also like to thank our sponsors and partners, which are the Dream 3D Lab, who is supporting us financially, but also arranged this beautiful venue for us. The Sustainable European Labs Network, which is advising us about how to minimize the ecological footprint of our event. And we are also collaborating with them to calculate some numbers about what the footprint of the event actually is. You will hear more about it later. We are also very grateful to the NWO, the Dutch Research Council, for their funding. And last but not least, we are very happy to be collaborating with the eLife Ambassadors Program. And very warm welcome to all the eLife ambassadors who are joining us today. And by that, we can move to our some practical information. Here you can see a little bit overview of the program. So we will start with the first session of talks, followed by a coffee break. Then we will have a second session of talks and poster pitches, so short pitches from our poster presenters. And then the poster session will take place during lunch. And after lunch, we will enjoy the panel discussion with the topic of sustainable conferencing. And finally, then we will enjoy some more networking and interactions. I recommend you to go to our website, especially the link you can see on the screen. There you should be able to find all the information you will need for today. But if you at any time have a question or a comment, don't hesitate to come to us and ask. And final remark from me, of course, you know that this event is hybrid, so both online and on-site. We really believe that this setting has a lot of advantages because, of course, people here will be able to get to know each other, maybe start some collaboration with each other, while even people from very far away countries are still able to join us without any excessive traveling. But of course, it was also a lot of work to put all this together, so fingers crossed that everything goes fine. How is it going to work practically? It's that every session has two hosts, one host on site, so in this moment that's me, and one host online. And yeah, that I will give the word to your online host for the first session, Marit.
Yes, thank you, Gabriela. So hi, my name is Marit. I am a PhD student at the Netherlands Cancer Institute and also part of Green Labs NL and organizing this event for you guys. And so I'll be your online host. And so because we have a hybrid event, our goal is really to make it as interactive as possible for both sides, both in the auditorium and on Zoom. So I will take you guys through some of the more practical stuff. So first, questions during the symposium. If you're in the audience, in the auditorium, at the end of every talk, you can just raise your hand and we will take a microphone to you and you can ask your question. If you are on Zoom, you can type your questions into the Q&A box. And it will also be possible for the people on Zoom to vote for questions that you like, so we will be more likely to pick them. If there's anything else going on, if you cannot find a link, if something technical is happening, please, our team is in chat, so reach out to us and we can help you. Yes, so in our symposium, we also have a couple of breaks and we wanted to make it possible for the people online to connect. So we've created an environment for this called Spatial Chat. And this will allow you to just go onto this website, set up your webcam and your microphone, and you will be able to move yourself around and talk to people. On the right side, you can see all the different rooms we have opened. During the event, you can find other people here. Right, so we have sent you the link, but also you'll be able to find the Spatial Chat link on our webpage, suresymp.com/info. And then we will open the room during the breaks in the symposium. So we first will have a coffee break at 10:30, where there will be a room open just to have a virtual coffee with someone. But we also will provide 2 sessions of desk yoga, which will be nice to just stretch your legs a little bit in between the sessions. We will also have Spatial Chat open during lunch. There will be a virtual park, but also we will provide rooms where you can check out the posters in a virtual poster room. And then finally, we have the networking event where we will have an icebreaker and some nice drinks, virtual drinks after the event. Right, so I guess that is time now to just start with the program. So I would like to open session 1 with a talk about current state of sustainability and future outlook. And I would love to give the floor to Nicolina. So Nicolina, she was the organizing team of last year's Sustainable Research Symposium. And she worked in academia before, but now is an independent Green Lab consultant and founded Ava Sustain. And yeah, we're really curious to hear what you have to tell us today.
Thank you so much. I think, yeah, if you stop sharing your screen, yes, then I can share my screen. Wonderful. So first of all, thanks a lot for the invitation and thanks for all the amazing work that the organizers have done to do the Holy Grail project hybrid meeting. So I was invited to speak about why sustainability in science, what's cooking, and also how do we move forward. And yeah, as was mentioned, I work as a Green Lab advisor. So I help private companies, but also the University of Copenhagen reduce the climate impact of their labs. And then on top of that, I do a lot of workshops, talks, etc. Yeah, so let's get to it. Why would we even care about sustainability in science? I think this guy said it very well. Recently he said, we're on a fast track to climate disaster. And this is not just someone, this is the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, so United Nations. And not only are we causing mass extinction of wildlife, climate change is also the greatest threat to global health in the 21st century. And again, that's not me saying that, that's the WHO. So that's why it's important, because climate change affects human health in many ways. Maybe you know this already. These are just some of the ways. First of all, natural catastrophes are causing damage to homes, whole communities. Rising air temperatures have indirect as well as direct health effects. Climate change very much affects the crops we feed on, the fruit trees, all of this. And of course, this in turn will lead to much more hunger in the world. Also, large parts of the Southern Hemisphere will become inhospitable. And all of these things together, as well as many other climate change, what can you say, things that will happen, will of course lead to many more climate refugees than we're already seeing today. And maybe you've heard this, at least I meet this opinion once in a while, that it's the fossil fuel industry and the flight companies that must change. And they definitely have to change, but we are really in deep trouble. So really everything must change. And if we look at science and research, it's not trivial because we really do leave behind a considerable climate footprint with the work we do. Most of us, or most of you, probably go to conferences once in a while. You fly somewhere in the world to share knowledge, present your data, whatever. Maybe you work in a computational lab, and that means your research requires a lot of hardware, but also a lot of electricity, energy to get going. And if you work in a lab, the most obvious environmental consequence is, of course, the waste, especially the plastic waste is very obvious. Then we also use really large amounts of energy in the labs. We consume a lot of water, some of it very obvious because we turn on the tap, some of it very hidden, for example, in autoclaves. And then we use all kinds of reagents, materials, chemicals, equipment, which really leaves behind a massive climate footprint. And if you take the last four together, so the lab-related ones, that's the reason why the climate footprint of your lab work is much higher than that of your private life. In fact, it's probably 3 to 10 times higher than that of your private life. And on one hand, of course, that's very sad, but it also means there's a lot of potential here. If you take green actions in the lab, it's very likely to have much more impact than if you would do it in your private life. But of course, ideally, you do it both in your private life and in the lab. And fortunately, the movement is really growing. There are many, many more people taking green lab actions now compared to a year ago or 2 years ago. And that's sort of both indicated by the many symposia that are taking place, this one, for example, but also these two others that are also taking place this month. There are also many more people signing up for both the My Green Lab ambassador program, the My Green Lab certification, but also many more institutions are signing up for the LEAF Green Lab certification program. That's actually what we're using at the University of Copenhagen, which is, I can very much recommend it. And then finally, on social media, there's a lot more, like many more people engaging in the discussion, like, do we really have to fly for meetings or grant reviewing, panel discussions or whatever, but also how can we reduce plastic waste in the lab? So there are many indicators that this movement is really growing. And that's awesome. I think that does give me a lot of hope, but there's still some challenges that remain, that's for sure. I think maybe you can recognize this, but there are a lot of people who are very motivated, but also really lose, I mean, they're very passionate, very motivated until they reach a point where they're like, I'm just gonna give up on this. First of all, because change is incredibly slow. I would argue that green transitioning or green change is slower than a sloth. And if you never saw how slowly a sloth moves, I would say go to YouTube and check it out. And that's very demotivating to see when you're passionate about it and working towards green changes. There's also a really high turnover in the academic space. People go and leave very frequently because of short contracts. That makes it hard to keep continuity. A lot of the work related to sustainable science is volunteer driven. That means people have like other things they really have to do, like teaching, research, administrative tasks or whatever. So it can be really difficult to actually prioritize the green actions. Then I think many of us have hit the wall of resistance from colleagues, lab mates, whatever, but also from the management. I think even the world's best boss can be difficult to get on board when you want to create green change locally or globally. And I think maybe you can relate. Sometimes you just feel like this, like, what the hell? Honestly, it can be extremely frustrating. But I believe that communities and networks can really be a part of the solution, at least to many of the things that I addressed on the previous slide. It can feel like this. It can feel extremely lonesome to be passionate about this, wanting to make a change. But really, we're a huge community. There are so many people engaging in this, many people who actually also want to see sustainability becoming, research and science becoming more sustainable. And just to give a few examples, there are many, many networks out there. These are just some of the national or European networks that are out there. There are also so many other networks, both for institution level, but could also be department level, group level. There are many passionate people. So I would say if you haven't already found like-minded people, you should do that, either locally or globally or both. It doesn't necessarily matter that you're in the same country or same town, because you can share ideas and frustrations and you can still work together despite not being in the same town or country. I think that makes it a lot more fun. It also makes it easier to keep going. But it's also much easier to push for both local and systemic change if you're working as a team rather than working as individuals. It really does make a difference. Yeah, and of course, this is the optimal place to be. Like meetings like these, there's a really, really high chance that you will meet someone that would like to work with you. And then remember, if you're pushing for change, or if you're trying to get people on board sustainable science train, remember that there are many good reasons for taking Green Lab actions or promoting sustainability in the academic or science space. Of course, environment and climate, that's an obvious good reason. That doesn't really convince everyone, unfortunately. I think health is also a very good reason. I mean, climate change is the greatest threat to global health. So if you're, for example, working in a department or university where health is like the research you do, by, for example, better diagnosis tools or preventing better treatments, basic research within the health field, this should be an argument that resonates with people, because the best prevention we can do is to limit climate change. Money is also a good argument. There's a lot of money to be saved. First of all, like if we reduce how much energy we're using, this will reduce the energy bill. Most group leaders don't see the energy bill because they pay overhead. But what's good for the university is good for everyone. But also, for example, if you simply use the resources in the lab as best as possible, like being a minimalist about things, making sure you share as much as possible, making sure you can track what people leave behind, all of these things, you can save a lot of money. Also in terms of future funding, that really does make sense too. We already see some funding bodies taking this into account when they choose their grantees. And I'm sure this will be much more prominent in the future. At some point, I hope, I think, that it will be difficult to get money for your research if you can't document you're taking green actions. Then another good argument, and this is not like a full list of good arguments, but I think this is a really good argument, talent recruitment. We already see that staff and students care about this. That's why there are already many people here and at other symposia and discussing on social media. And this will grow. Imagine when this girl and her generation are starting to look for labs or places to study, do their PhDs or work, they will care about whether you're green or not. Yeah, so I think like hopefully you will be able to keep motivation and engage with people across countries or even in your own country and do your best to sort of implement all the green stuff you can in your local and in the global environment. But unfortunately, we need more than greener labs. It's amazing if you do all you can, and even if science becomes sustainable, it's not going to solve the climate crisis. And you're all anchored in science and research. That's why you're here, right? So I'm sure you also have the deepest respect for the climate scientists who are, for example, in the IPCC, so the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So they have done a lot of work describing what caused the climate crisis, how can we sort of undo it, what do we actually have to do to like mitigate the worst. So they released a report in February, which has been called, quote, an atlas of human suffering, projecting what will happen with the current strategies. The report from April was, again, quote, a litany of broken promises. And this person saying this is, again, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. It's not just someone. And what this really means is we need drastic climate action now. And world leaders and governments are not living up to their responsibilities. They're ignoring the science because they value other things more for weird reasons. And it can seem like you have very little influence on that, but there are things we can do. First of all, I think it's really important that you speak up because the general public is not aware of this. They believe the media and the politicians when they say that we're on the right track and Denmark is a forefront country when it comes to sustainability, because the media is not doing their job well, the politicians not doing the job well, and the general public believes that everything is fine or it will be fine. So we need to speak up about this. So we realize the politicians are not doing their job, so they will start doing it. But you can also engage, like speak up about it, but you can also engage, for example, in activism. I myself am part of Scientist Rebellion, which is a global movement. I think we're situated in more than 25 different countries. So it's a climate activist groups for scientists. And what we do is acts of civil disobedience to get the attention of both the general public, the media, and the politicians. So they actually, one, understands what's going on and what needs to be done, but also start talking about it. and acting. And I'm just going to give you a few examples of what we've been doing lately. In this case, we blocked one of the bridges close to the parliament, together with all kinds of other climate activists. Here we blocked actually all the bridges to the Danish parliament, which is located on an island with 9 bridges. So all bridges were blocked, and we got a lot of media attention for that, which was amazing. We also write opinion pieces for various newspapers to again get attention to this topic. And then of course we do a lot of social media work to really push this agenda. And importantly, you don't have to want to be arrested or get fines. There are many different roles in Science as Rebellion that doesn't require you to do those things. So I just want to say, consider it, and I'm going to put a link in the chat if you want to know more. Also, because I think scientists have produced so much important information on this topic, but obviously it's not being used, and our legitimacy can really be used in a fruitful way to get that knowledge transferred into or translated into action. Yeah, and with that, I just want to say thanks a lot for your attention, and thanks again to the organizing team. I hope you'll have a really good day with a lot of inspiration, but also collaboration and new contacts being established. And then, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Nicoline. Thanks for your talk. It was really nice. Is there any question here in the auditorium? You just raise your hand. Well, if there is none for now, I have myself a question. Nicoline, you say that there is, of course, a lot of struggle with motivation. Well, a lot. Sometimes people struggle. Where do you get energy to push through?
Oh, that's a good question. I have a lot of gloomy periods for sure, where I actually don't believe we're going to make it. Well, deep down, I don't believe we're going to make it. I think there's no alternative. I don't think giving up is an alternative. I think it motivates me a lot to be around people. Sorry, I just have to cough. It motivates me a lot to be among people who feel the same way, and not because then we're sitting and we're depressed together, but then at least you can sort of just let the steam out and then like, okay, so what are we going to do? And how can we make people use less of this region? Or how can we make people go on the streets? Or somehow turn that frustration into action somehow. I think that really helps me. I think it's really important that you can let steam out, but also act. Yeah. But I don't have this golden way of finding motivation, because it is hard to get and find and keep.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for the tip. If there are, there is a question. We will just get the microphone.
Yes, thanks, Nicoline. It was really nice. A bit in length of what you were saying just now, like you have quite some experience already in this field for quite some time. What would be the best way or sort of do's and don'ts to convince people to do certain things? Because I can imagine if you just push people too much, it can be annoying. But if you're too mild, they don't understand maybe the urgency. So can you give some tips or advice there, what to do or what not to do for your colleagues? Or
again, it's not like I have all the great answers, but I think it's important to maybe combine actions. I would say generally there are 3 different kinds of action. There are those that are very visible, there are those that are very easy, and then there are those that are really impactful. And I think it's important to, first of all, try to make something easy for your colleagues. So they're like, okay, I can actually contribute to a greener lab without taking much effort. It could be pouring less medium on your cells. It could be taking the smallest possible plastic tube. Those are not requiring any extra effort. You still have to take a tube or pour medium on. And that gives people a feeling of, okay, it doesn't compromise my work or my time. So the easy ones, but also visible ones, like I think plastic or waste sorting is really difficult, but it does give people, like if you can actually implement that, it does give people the sense of, okay, it's a priority here, and this is something we do. And then for the high impact stuff, of course, that's important because we need to address the high impact things or do those actions. But those are also where you can actually get some data that you can showcase and be like, okay, we used to have the lab benches on 24/7. Now it's only 12 hours. And this has saved us this much energy, because that will be a number that will blow people's minds. Yeah, so combine easy with data, but also something that visibly does make a difference to the people in the lab, I would say.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
And then don't push too hard, and maybe don't push. I think it's much better to invite. And if some are laggards, if some are really slow in taking on new practices, let them be, because if you push them, I believe they will just be resistant. That's not going to make the transition easier or quicker, unfortunately.
Yeah, thanks. If there are no more questions here, I will ask if there are some questions from our online audience.
For sure there are. This is an interesting question. We will have a talk later too, which will go more into communicating about sustainable science. But one of the questions we got in a Q&A from Zoom is a question from an anonymous attendee asking how you address scientists that believe that technology will solve all of our issues. And how would you talk to a person who's saying this?
I mean, the IPCC reports are very long, but they actually do make summary reports for policymakers. So that's 40 pages. And there's a cheat sheet on, so that I can put a link to the latest report and the page number, where it lists all the different ways we can address climate change and what impact it has. And obviously, technology is not like the bar saying this will change everything 100%. So I think you can definitely refer to that. It is difficult with the technical stuff because the original summary report for the policymakers was changed by the policymakers to make a stronger argument about the technological solutions that will save us in 8 years' time. But I would refer to the IPCC report and be like, you're working in science, you're a researcher yourself. I'm sure you have the deepest respect for these people. They are listing a lot of solutions, and future scalable climate technology is not going to solve it. Not alone, at least.
All right, thank you. I think we have time for one more question online. This question is from Antoine Coulon asking regarding the economic argument. Some green changes, of course, will cost money and some investment. So he's asking, for the green transition to be successful, will the spending overall be larger? Or what is your opinion, or what do you think about this?
I actually think we can get a lot more research for the money if we work in a more sustainable way. I think there's a lot of waste of resources. For example, in one building, they may have a lot of the same equipment on different floors in different labs that are only used 20% capacity or whatever. Like if we would share more resources, we would save a lot of money because we need less really expensive equipment, for example, less regions, all of these things, but it's also much greener. And there are also, like I said, so equipment not being used to the full capacity, the same with chemicals and reagents. There's a lot of redundancy, and because we don't use it, it expires and we throw it out. Also, equipment lives a lot longer if we make good habits of turning it off, which means, again, less money needed for the equipment. And then if there are specific cases where you're like, this would require an economic investment in the lab, then maybe start with the other ones, because there are so many actions you can take which will not require extra money. So I believe we can get a lot more research for the money in the future, as long as the manufacturers are, of course, not cranking up the prices because they now think their products are green. But
right,
that's a different
that's another
topic.
angle. Yeah. Thank you. I think that was the last question. So thanks so much, Nicoline, for your talk. It was really nice.
You're very welcome.
I would like to move on to our next speaker, who is Valeria Scagliotti, who will tell us about the European Sustainable Labs Network, CELS. So she also used to work in academia and then also turned independent sustainability consultant. So yeah, we're really curious to hear your talk. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me share. Okay. Do you see it?
Yes, hear it. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, first of all, hello everyone, and thanks to the organizer for this opportunity to talk about CELS. As it was mentioned, I'm used to be a researcher as well in London, and now I'm an independent sustainability consultant based in Heidelberg in Germany. And I joined the CELS team at the end of last year. So it's been almost 6 months or a bit more that I'm part of this amazing team. And now I will talk about our vision and mission. So first of all, SELS stands for Sustainable European Laboratories, and is a network that was formed last year with the idea of bringing together as many Green Labs initiatives and Green Labs enthusiasts as possible in Europe. I want to point out that we are a grassroots organization, and that the initial effort to bring this network into life was done by passionate members of these initiatives and programs that are listed in the slides, with an initial financial support from IBRO and FENS. So our mission and organization. So why we created SELS. I'm sure you're aware that we are living in a climate and ecological emergency, and also, as Nicolina has clearly said, we need to move towards a sustainable future as fast as possible, because we are running out of time. I think also this environmental awareness is one of the main reasons that is driving a shift in the mindset of scientists. In fact, we can see more and more scientists that now realize that doing research is has a significant environmental impact, and they want to do something about it to make it greener. It's actually quite exciting to see as many scientists interested, but we all recognize that there's a lack and a need of a central structure that could promote, support, and coordinate actions in research laboratories across Europe. As I said, it's really exciting to see how many Green Labs teams and initiatives have been forming all over the world, and especially in Europe. But we are aware that not everyone has the access to the same resources or access to the required information and support to create such initiatives. So that's why we were formed. And our vision is kind of summarized by these 4 key points. So first, we have created a website that we want to use as a central hub to collect resources, so that they are free and available to everyone, and also all together in one place, which makes it easier, especially for new people, to find what they need. Second, we want to help people either start their own group or initiative, or connect them to existing team. Third, we want to create collaboration between all these amazing initiatives that already exist, so that everyone can benefit from each other's expertise. And finally, we hope to form a collective of sustainability experts with a unified voice, so that we can effectively influence policymakers and key stakeholders, and have Europe-wide top-down support of sustainability in science, which is combined with this big bottom-up mobilization that we are observing in academia. This is just to show how we vision the SELS organization. So first of all, everyone is welcome. As I mentioned, even if you're alone, we can either help you start your own green team, or put you in contact with other green teams near you if there are any already formed. The idea is that smaller groups then can join together to form larger networks. For example, lab groups can form then an institute green teams, and so on, up to the creation of what we define as regional networks. So these regional networks will be formed by many local groups, and can be defined either by geographical localization. We have many examples, for example, Green Lab Austria, Green Lab Netherlands, the UK Lean. There is now a Green Labs Portugal and an Irish team as well, and many more. Or even by discipline, for example, neuroscience or biology or chemistry. Why? Because in this way, the resources created for and by these networks will be tailored to better meet the needs of the group, since policy might be different between countries, or topics of interest can vary between disciplines. And again, the ultimate goal is that to bring everyone together and influence sustainability policies at the European level. So the general idea is that everyone will benefit from the resources made from their level, and also from the level that are above it. So one thing before I move to the next slide that I want to make really clear is that we don't want to absorb and label everyone with the cells name. Actually, we recognize the importance of having local and national groups across Europe, and so we would just want to help them work together. In the next couple of slides, I will give you some example of action that we are already taking or we plan to take in the near future. As I mentioned before, we have created a website, you find it here, where we want to collate all the resources available so that they can be easily found. Also, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, and we plan to use all the material available. It's already out there. For example, Green Lab Austria is a great guide on how to recycle plastic, and Lean UK has put together a very useful guide on how to start your own sustainability team. At the same time, we will create new material that we think is needed, and we try to make everything as standardized as possible. Also, I guess most of you are scientists, and as scientists, we love data. But unfortunately, there's not much out there on sustainable practices for labs. So we hope to fill the gap with the help of all our members. And some of our funding members have already given some great contributions in terms of opinion or research articles, but obviously we need a lot more. And also, we believe that the more we are, the better. So we are actively reaching out to as many initiatives and groups as possible and try to link all these groups together in the best way. One idea for the future will be, for example, to create a sustainability newsletter for sales members. And obviously, if more people from different disciplines can contribute, that would be great. And it's also a great way to see what everyone is doing and to learn from each other. We also aim to organize workshop, networking events and training that will be free for sales members. At the moment, you can find 2 useful training videos available on our website. So you just go and have a look. One is on plastic and the other one is on how to save energy in the lab. Also, a very important goal for us is the ability to assess the level of sustainability in research institutions across Europe. One way to do it is through our partner program, which is LEAF, which stands for Laboratory Efficiency Assessment Framework. The name says it quite all, but if you don't know it, this is a program to assess the level of sustainability of laboratories, as the name says. Is divided into 3 categories, bronze, silver, and gold, and offers practical steps to make your lab greener, as well as a calculator to quantify your progress. But anyway, independently from which program you want to use, the ultimate goal for us is to be able to set up some standard criteria so that we can do accurate evaluations of the state of sustainability in science across disciplines, countries, and then for the whole Europe. And finally, I want to focus on the last point, which is to kind of offer consulting and support for conference organizations so that can be run more sustainably. You probably know that in-person international conferences have a very high carbon footprint. So we aim to provide support during the organization phase and at the same time collect data and write reports and guidelines that could be used as a best practice for future events. So yeah, it was mentioned at the beginning, but we are very excited to have partnered with the SURE Symp for this year's symposium, as well as for all the future events of this series. And specifically, what this partnership is about. So the aim, of course, is to calculate the carbon footprint of the SURE Symposium 2022. And the idea is then to write reports, so to make this data available so that future organizers can be informed on the impact of different conference formats. Specifically, the idea behind this partnership is to compare the carbon footprint of this symposium with the last year one, which was fully online. as well as an hypothetical symposium 2022 where no hybrid form was available. So what would have been the carbon footprint if the symposium were just in person? And also we're going to look for data on conferences of similar size, but where sustainability is not one of the core values, to see how having sustainability as the main value impact the carbon footprint of a conference. The data that we will collect are from participants and the venue. So we're obviously going to look at travel mode, and then the energy consumption of the venue, catering, food and material, food waste and recycling. And how we're going to do that is asking you to fill a questionnaire. So this is a QR code. You can scan it, and also I think the link should be copied in the chat, and also is available on the SureSimp page, in the info page of the website. I'll give you now a couple of minutes just for you if you want to start filling the questionnaire. It's also stays open, so you have more time later or in the next couple of days. Please fill it, because obviously the more information we have, the better the calculation we can achieve. And then, yeah, in the meantime, if you have any questions or doubts, let me know. And yeah, you have now 2 or 3 minutes to do it.
Yeah, thanks so much, Valeria. I guess we start with some questions in the audience, Gabriella.
Yes, I see everybody being very busy with their phones. I hope that people online are
That's
also
good.
very busy. But yeah, indeed, if there is any question in the meantime, yeah, you have a question.
I was wondering if there are any plans on a sort of lobbying and advocating workshop on, we see now a lot of what we as individuals can do on the lab, and see how to, I saw a question, how do we get other peoples in the institute and other scientists and researchers with us? Is there any future planning on how do we get the institutes where we're at to come along with us? Is that something that we would like to see, and is that in the planning?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the more people involved there are, the better. I guess we want to see, like, we want to show that is a big interest. It was mentioned before that this is kind of the future, and that everyone should really join. We have some already partnership and some interest from other from some institutions. So I'm quite confident that it's going to be moving in that direction in the future. We are at the moment a small team, but it's so important. It's like it's such an important topic, and it's such a hot topic as well. Like now everyone is talking about sustainability, and we hope that with some changes, for example, from the funding agents, then institution will really have the right push to join efforts and to move towards sustainability and be part of the team.
Yes, thanks, Valeria. Is there any question from online, Marit?
Yes, we do have a couple questions. One question about if you have any tips if you want to start a local green team initiative at your institute or in the country, if there isn't one yet. Like, where did you guys get started?
Well, so we come from different teams. I would say we have a guide already, which we'll post soon on the website, and everyone can access, and is specifically on how to start a green team. I would say the first thing is just to share your interest. Like if you're a person that have this strong interest, just start talking about it, or maybe, you know, send an email or talk to colleagues, because most of the time you think you're alone, but you're not. And then there are maybe other people who have the same interest and they just feel the same, that they feel alone. So just by talking, you might find that, yeah, there are like a lot of people with the same interest and the same willing of starting something. And then obviously if you're not by yourself, it's way more fun, way easier. Yeah, less work for everybody. So the first advice I really would like to say is talk. And then, yeah, as I said, we will share the resources we have.
Yeah, thanks so much. We will share your website in the chat.
Okay.
There's a couple more questions online. If you could take the time to maybe address them now, then we can move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Valeria. And yeah, Valeria can then answer more questions. But of course, even if you have some questions for her, you can always send us an email and we make sure to pass the questions. And I would like to then introduce our next speaker, which is Hannah Johnson. I'm very happy that she's here with us today. She's a member of the Dream 3D Lab and also a co-founder on Green Labs Netherlands. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so yeah, as Gabriella said, my name is Hannah, and yeah, I'm a member of the Dream 3D Lab, so I work here at the Princess Maxima Center as a research assistant and lab manager, but I'm also part of Green Labs Netherlands. And what I wanted to talk a bit about today, okay, great. Yeah, so kind of some of the questions have already come up a little bit, and thank you to Nicolina and to Valeria to already introduce a little bit the topic of why sustainability in science is an important topic, but also why connecting and forming networks and forming green teams is important. So I wanted to talk a little bit today about what Green Labs Netherlands is, how we did it, and what we actually do, because I think it's really important for people attending, especially from, you know, so many different countries that may not have a regional network or a national network, what you can actually do with that. It's a little slow. So Green Labs Netherlands, we started in the beginning of 2021, and we wanted to make our mission to provide a network for the Dutch scientific community and to work towards embedding sustainability as a key foundation of scientific research in the Netherlands. Now, how do we want to do this? So we've kind of set ourselves up into blocks and pillars of how we want to create this by providing resources, creating a community, running projects, and also contributing to the research that Valeria also mentioned is so important that we need for sustainable science as a community. So who we are and who are the people behind this, this is some of the members of the team of Green Labs Netherlands. And quite importantly, I think somebody asked, you know, how did we meet? So especially with moving to online meetings, then becoming the norm into the beginning of 2020, it was even, yeah, we kind of were introduced to each other through going to things like the Shore Symposium of 2021 and to some other sustainable research symposiums that were going on. And we all just got talking, and we're all from different institutes from across the Netherlands. And we realized that we're all looking at doing things locally, and why don't we kind of join together and try to do things as a group and provide something to the Dutch scientific community as a group. And I think that's a really important thing. We just started talking to each other. We realized that we were all really interested in doing similar things. And so we wanted to band together. And that's, I think, exactly where you can start. Just find like-minded people, find motivated people, and, you know, latch onto those people, because it can be really important and really great. And we just started meeting regularly, kind of every 2 weeks, every kind of few weeks, to just talk about things that were going on and to give each other ideas about what we could do on a larger scale. And that's basically how Green Labs Netherlands started. And then we had a launch event in July last year, and we constantly put the call out. So I will use this opportunity as well. We are always looking for new members. So if anyone is interested in becoming part of Green Labs Netherlands, you're more than welcome. It's totally open. You can have some experience doing things in your own institute, or you can have nothing at all and, you know, be really interested just to get involved and set something up. So we're always inviting people to come along, and that's what we do. And just slowly we've been growing. And so a little bit of what are we actually doing and how are we doing it, and what is the point of having a national or regional network? Obviously, Valeria talked about cells, and the idea of this is to support the creation of national and regional networks, because I think Nicolene said it as well with the nice little picture of Tom Hanks on Castaway there, that sometimes you feel really alone. So it's really great to just find people and to get ideas and to help build what you're doing yourselves. So we want to be able to provide resources by doing that. So one thing we're doing is creating our website, and we're about to upload a bunch of resources pages, because there is actually quite a lot out there. There's already a lot of people doing things in different national, regional networks, but also individually, just on their own their lab group, they might be doing some initiatives, or in their institutes. And so we also don't want to recreate the wheel. So just having a space that people can easily find a lot of these resources, but also resources that we're creating ourselves. So these will be uploaded on the website soon. Also social media, very handy tool, just having Twitter and LinkedIn, sharing different things, lots of articles coming out, just opinion pieces, things like this, just keeping it in a space and just constantly sharing these things where it's easy access for people to find. And also project outcomes, which is something I will go into a little bit, and just, you know, creating our own resources that might be Netherlands specific for ourselves. This is the other great thing about having national and regional networks, is you can create resources and share resources that are really specific to the people in your area. So one of the other ways that we're obviously trying to do this is to build a community. And one of the things that we've started doing is to have topical meetings. So our aim is to do this quarterly. We haven't put one on this quarter because there've been so many amazing big meetings, and the team have been really busy organizing this one, of course. But just to maybe focus in. So we did one where we looked at what is going on in sustainability in Dutch institutes already. So we invited people from different institutes that aren't part of Green Labs Netherlands, just to see what is going on, just people doing things by themselves. And yeah, we'd like to continue this. And these are not open just to the Dutch scientific community, but these will be open to the national community, the international community as well, because you never know who you might spark ideas from or find new collaborations and that kind of thing. So one other way we're doing things is we are invited to workshops and conferences quite a lot, and that's happening quite a lot locally in the Netherlands. And this is a great way just to reach people really at the individual level, get invited to PhD conferences, or to possibly something like for the MVO for if they're doing something for specific for biology or chemistry, just to reach other scientists that might really not have an idea about sustainability in science, or might not have given it too much of a thought. But, you know, if we give a small talk there, then they might suddenly think, okay, great, there's actually something here that I can do something about. So this is something that we do. And later this year, we're hoping to bring up a newsletter just to keep everybody up to date with what's going on in Green Labs Netherlands and just around the Netherlands in general. So one of the other really important things that we're doing is trying to actually run projects. And this is really great because, as well as doing things like creating resources in the community that the Green Labs Netherlands core team are doing, is we're also running projects. And this has been the other really cool thing, is meant that, you know, you don't have to be fully committed to Green Labs Netherlands to be involved, but we've had this amazing team running the Shore Symposium that have been doing things on the side. So we have things like the Leaf in Dutch Labs. So a couple of people from Green Labs Netherlands are focusing on this as a project. But then we also have some people that aren't necessarily part of Green Labs Netherlands getting involved just in this project. And as I said, it's been the same case with the Sustainable Research Symposium today. We've had a couple of members from Green Labs Netherlands who are on the core team, but then a huge group of people who have just been able to really get involved in this project and do things. And the other thing we really like to do later this year is to go into education and to look up setting up a project involved with people there to look at involving kind of topics and components about sustainable research into bachelor's and master's programs. So I would say, you know, if you want to create a national and regional network, this can be a really great way to do it, because having projects means that you're really getting some outcomes there as well, and you're involving people from all across your region. So I just want to give a little bit, obviously the Shore Symposium is very much speak for itself in terms of this project. So one of the really cool things that we're doing is the Leaf in Dutch Labs. So just a very quick overview of how that's been going. So you've heard Leaf mentioned a couple of times, and Valeria gave a bit of an introduction into it. So the Laboratory Efficiency Assessment Framework. And what we were able to actually do is secure some funding from the Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sport through their Green Deal funding. And yeah, we've been able to try to roll out this, the Leaf framework into lots of Dutch institutes. And it's been able to give us some really give people really tangible things to do about what can I do in my lab to support sustainability in science. So currently we have 7 institutes across the Netherlands involved, and this is a mixture of university medical centers, universities, and private institutions. And we also have another 5 that are currently signing up and getting on board. And the idea is, ideally, in the future, maybe in a year or so, every research institution in the Netherlands is following a program such as LEAF, which would be really great. And so far we have 39 labs or departments. Sometimes groups are signing up as whole departments, signed up. And this year in 2022, we have already awarded 5 bronze. So definitely if you're in a Dutch institute and you don't think that LEAF is currently going on, get in touch with us. We'd be really happy to get you involved in this pilot. But this is just an example of something quite tangible that we as Green Labs Netherlands have been able to try to implement across our region. And so, of course, the other very important thing is research. And what we would like to do here is to really contribute to the sustainable science community with quantitative, but also qualitative research. And this is something we're also doing in the LEAF pilot, is to look at, how do you get people to get involved here? How do you get people to take sustainable actions, and how is it received? So I think that this is also very important for the community to not just get lots of quantitative data about, okay, what is better, glass or plastic, when we're looking at CO2 use and things like that, but also ideas about how we can actually make this more acceptable to the science community. So these are things that we would like to really provide to the Dutch scientific community, but also, of course, share to the international community through some of the outcomes of our projects, and just supporting people as well in ideas that they have to be able to do this kind of research. So yeah, just a kind of brief presentation just to give you a bit of idea of why a national regional network might be a good idea and how you could possibly set yourselves up. And of course, as mentioned, we are part of CELS. And yeah, the idea is that, with CELS, you can try to form a network like ours. But yeah, if you have any questions, please let me know.
Maybe there is a question.
I'm curious about the rolling out of the LEAF in the Netherlands. You mentioned you've awarded 5 bronze awards.
Yeah.
Just to make it a bit more concrete, what did these labs do?
Yeah, indeed. I didn't want to go too much into detail about LEAF, and just for the sake of time. But yeah, so I mean, LEAF works on different levels. You have bronze, silver, and gold. And within the bronze, there are certain things you can do, like creating better signage, creating better awareness, maybe implementing to make sure you have recycling in your labs, or helping to reduce some energy by having some policies created. There are different levels that you can go through, and it kind of LEAF really gives you tangible things to do. So that's why we thought it would be a great thing to start in Dutch institutes, because it gives people things that they can start doing. Generally, I think, especially in bronze, a lot of labs are probably already doing them, creating an exit strategy, just making sure they're inventorizing things properly, and just realizing that these are sustainable actions. So that's why, yeah, that's kind of where people have been able to start, and people are now working on the silver. And there's a big pilot that happened in the UK. A lot of UK institutes are doing it. And I know that, yeah, they have a lot of institutes and labs already on board there.
Thank you.
Marit, maybe you can tell us some questions from online audience.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely some questions. Also people voting up questions, so that's really nice. A very popular question is about how many people are actually actively participating in this core group of Green Labs NL, and are you all volunteers? How many hours do you dedicate to this task? Can you tell us more about this?
Yeah, definitely. So I think we have at the moment 7 core members of Green Labs Netherlands, but as I mentioned, within the projects, we have people joining in on these. So within the core group, we're kind of trying to disseminate the tasks of the website and the community. And yeah, we are all volunteers. We are doing this. Sometimes we're able to get a bit of funding, such as through the LEAF, but those to run specific projects. But otherwise, we are doing this on the side of our jobs that we're doing in science as well. And which, of course, can be tricky. And I think that that's why it's very important that we do really continue with sustainability in science as to push this topic to the forefront, because it shouldn't just be volunteers. We should definitely be able to get funding from our institutes or from national and regional funding to help support ideas like this. Hours wise, it really depends. That's why we kind of break up into projects, is so that we kind of meet bi-weekly as a core group to kind of work on things that we want to provide as Green Labs Netherlands. And so this is kind of an hour and a half meeting that happens every kind of 2 weeks. And then depending on the project, that's where you might put your hours in. But that's why we try to encourage people to get involved as much as possible. It's hard to say how many hours specifically, because obviously it really varies. But that's the other great thing about trying to get as many people on board as possible, because things come up in your career. You might have your thesis to write, you might have a really big grant to write, a really big, you know, project that's ongoing that is just all consuming. And the idea and how we've kind of formed ourselves with Green Labs Netherlands is that when somebody goes out on maternity leave, for example, or something like this, that there are others around who can kind of pick that up, and that there isn't too much kind of emphasis on just one person being able to run everything. So I would say that's also really important, is to just take on what is reasonable for yourselves. And that's why setting up in projects has been really good, because we've been able to kind of say, okay, well, this is manageable for this many people. And so we've been able to set up that way. So don't overwhelm yourselves if you're trying to do something like this, but just make it manageable, because every little bit that you do really counts. And, you know, give your all when you can, but when you need to step back, just make sure you've surrounded yourself with people that can, help you kind of carry on.
Yes, thanks. I think we're near time for next speaker. There are some more questions, but there will be Green Labs NL people on Zoom who can probably address these last questions that are still open in the Q&A. So Gabriela.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah, again. And I'm very happy to welcome our next speaker, Anouk Schoeren from Klimaatgesprekken, and she will tell us a little bit about how to communicate efficiently.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. Let's wait for the slides a little bit. Well, I'll start introducing myself already. I am Anouk. And in my daily job, I actually don't work in science anymore. I now work as a policy advisor in biomedical education, where I also try to integrate sustainability. But some 5 years ago, I also joined Klimaatgesprekken when I still was in research. Because I had this feeling that we have to involve more people. It's already come up a few times this morning, and this is exactly what we do at Klimaatgesprekken. So I'll take you through just a tiny bit of what we are doing. Here we go. Klimaatgesprekken, or Carbon Conversations, is a non-profit organization nearly fully run by volunteers, and it's our mission to make climate-friendly choices the new normal. And why the new normal? This has this large social component in there. You don't only have to know what is sustainable, but it also has to be socially acceptable. We do this by providing series of workshops in small groups, where on the one hand, you reflect on, that's the first icon, you reflect on your own standpoints regarding climate change, sustainability, the future in general. You also go into lowering your carbon footprint, which is mostly composed of energy consumption in buildings, travel, food and consumption, and of course, how to involve other people in the conversations. And eventually the goal would be, I hope this animation works, it's quite slow, yeah, to lower your ecological footprint, but to extend your handprint. And your handprint is the inspiration you can be to other people to also take action. And well, theoretically, you might even become eco-positive this way, but let's not go into detail there. So there are many ways to communicate about climate or to communicate in general. And what Klimaatgesprekken mostly focuses on is these one-on-one conversations. You can see it at the top right. Oh, it does work, but it's very slow, so I won't use the pointer this way. So these one-on-one conversations with a friend, with your neighbor, with your mom, or with a colleague. And of course, you can have these conversations in the workplace. It can be very similar. There might be some additional challenges here, and I'm not going into too much detail, but if you have specific questions regarding that, just raise your hand at the end of the presentation. So behavior change is in fact not a rational process. As scientists, we usually tend to feed people with facts, and we think, well, once they have all the knowledge, they will change and they will do things. And unfortunately, this is not how it works, because if it would work this way, we would have acted decades ago when the first IPCC report came out. So how does it work? Once people hear certain facts, well, it might increase their knowledge, but it also does something to their feelings. If it's somehow, if it's not in sync with how they usually think, they might not even take up these facts. People have desires, people also have to be able to act. And only when all these factors are right, only then people will actually change. So these feelings and these desires are also have to be part of your communication if you want to establish behavior change. So how can you talk about this issue in a setting like this, where we have scientific talks? It's usually very factual. You stick to the facts, you're objective, you're just sending out the information, and it's up to the audience what to do with it. And when you want to talk about climate change and really engage people, it's actually quite different. So it was mentioned before, like, people are not generally interested. In fact, I didn't put the data in my presentation, but in fact, in the Dutch population, over 75% of people are really concerned, but it's so overwhelming to really let this subject in that it's generally not talked about. So in fact, what you really need in your communications is empathy, to empathize with these people, because it is quite a complicated subject to let in. And to reach this empathy, there are a few things to keep in mind. When you go into a conversation, make sure that at that moment, you yourself are calm and emotionally balanced, because it's quite a tough subject. If you are anxious or frustrated or anything, not the right time to have this conversation. In fact, you have to listen more than you talk, and to ask a lot of questions to the other person to really make sure you understand how they feel, and not to fill in too many gaps yourself because you might be wrong. You have to understand ambivalence, which can be a very frustrating subject, but we all have ambivalence. So ambivalence means that you might know what is the sustainable choice, but still not make it. And we all have these things in one way or another. You might know that flying is not sustainable, yet you cannot completely give it up because you still want to go on exotic holidays, or anyone has these sort of ambivalences in one way or another. Once you experience resistance, don't go immediately against it. So acknowledge what the other person experiences, and only then together have a look what you can do regardlessly. And well, the bottom one, talk from the heart, you have to be genuine. So if you just take all of this on board and you act as if you mean it, people will always see that you're acting. So you have to be genuine in your intentions. So these are the do's, and of course there are also some don'ts, which are more or less the opposite. Don't overload people with facts. We need facts. I mean, we're all scientists and we're all aware of the facts, but only provide them when the other person is actually open to hearing them. Don't continue at least a conversation when it's a bad time. So either when you are not emotionally balanced, or when the other person is not really interested to hear your message. Also, don't expect instant change. It's far better to just try to plant a seed and have follow-up conversations and see what you can reach. If you push too hard, that really doesn't work, which is also kind of reflected in the fourth point. And I think this really takes a lot of practice. You just have to do it a lot of times, and in a certain sense, it's kind of a scientific experiment. It requires a lot of optimization, and even then you don't have a guarantee for success. So celebrate every success you have, and once a conversation doesn't go right, just evaluate what you can do better next time. And now I actually have some questions up to you. Because I can imagine that once you try to have conversations in the lab, you run into certain resistance. So we don't have time to go through all of these. So I would actually like you to vote here in the hallway. Unfortunately, it was technically difficult to arrange it on such a short notice to also involve the Zoom people. I would just like you to raise hands on which one is most familiar to you, and then we will go into that one. And I can share my slides afterwards if you also want to have a look on the other ones. So can I see hands for number 1? Okay, quite a few. Number 2? Okay, more or less the same amount, still quite many. 3? Maybe a little bit less. 4? Okay, and 5? Okay, so I think it's definitely going to be 1 or 2. So let's go to number 1 in this case. I like to ask the people in the technical room to click the link. Oh, yeah. What is good to acknowledge so you say, let's green the lab, and you get this response. It costs too much and can be either time or money or whatever. Acknowledge that this might be a valid point. I mean, you have certain things that you want to achieve, but a lab has to be run financially. You have to spend time on the regular research projects going on. So of course we cannot dedicate all our time and money into becoming sustainable. So acknowledge that the person might have a valid point. But it's also good to remember that there might be more behind this response. So it's good to ask, like, if we would have more time or more money available, or say for how little money would you want to do it, or for how little time would you be able to do it? So you will find out soon enough whether it is actually the time or the money, or whether there's actually some emotional response behind it, because people might use it as an excuse not to have to change for another reason. And that's really interesting, because then you can continue in that direction. Like, what's holding you back? Where does your resistance come from? And what really helps to engage other people is to ask them what they would like to change. So if, for example, you say, well, I mean, you certainly have a good point, but what would you want to change if time or money were not a limitation? So really invite the other person to speak out. And if they come up with the ideas, they're much easier to get on board. So in general, for every topic, if you go from an empathy standpoint, this really helps. And I'm going to click through some slides because we have the other 4 here, because this actually takes a lot of practice. So I would like to invite you to have a talk with someone sitting close to you in the room. We have very brief time, and I'm going to set my timer for this. We have this theoretical case where your supervisor in the lab says, why are you so involved in this whole greening the lab thing? Shouldn't we as scientists just focus on our research? How do you reply? So you have basically 1 minute. One of you reads out what the supervisor says, and the other person replies. Don't follow the conversation because we don't have time for that. But after this reply, evaluate together how it felt. What did it feel like as yourself, basically saying this? Did it feel right? And also as a supervisor, how did it come across? So I'm going to set my timer. I have a cheat sheet for you with the do's and don'ts. So please start. You have 2 minutes. So about 1 minute is over. So it's time to evaluate. Okay, so time's up. It was very, very short, I understand. So, but I hope you got some tiny sense of what it's like to have these conversations. I don't really think we have time to exchange a lot, but feel free also to exchange more during the coffee break. But I just wanted to have you do this because it's not only listening and taking in the facts and hearing the theoretical tips that you need, it does require a lot of practice to get better at this. And with this, I would actually like to thank you for being here and for listening. And because this was a very short talk, I can imagine that you might want to learn more from this. So just have a look at suggestions on the slides, but also I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I had a wonderful conversation here, and there's already a lot of gears turning. And what I was curious about, because you said the excuse, there's not enough time and money. That might be a valid point, but there's also might be something behind that. What I've figured out is that there's, I had conversations that people were saying, all right, I continued asking, and they said, well, it doesn't matter. I don't think we can solve anything else. And then that was actually the problem. Is there's also things that you figure out during those conversations that you thought, oh, but it's not the time and the money, it's something completely different that is actually holding you back?
Yeah, actually, very often this is the case. So when you look at my slide, you will see there is a hidden slide actually about this, but there are actually 4 levels in the conversation of which the content is only one. And the emotional level, the emotional part behind it is actually far more important. And when you have this conversation, not on the factual level, but you go into this emotional level, you have an opportunity to touch upon the underlying arguments someone might have. And sometimes they don't even realize themselves. But if there's, for example, this hopelessness behind it, like it's not, I mean, what can I do just being one person or one lab? That's something, if you manage to steer the conversation about in that direction, then maybe you can start talking about, well, I mean, I feel it too. I know it can be very frustrating. Would you be open to hear how I deal with that? I don't know. And then maybe you can talk about your Green Lab stuff. So, you know, you can use it to your advantage to raise it, to get to a deeper level, basically.
Thanks a lot. I would like to ask you about a different scenario that sometimes we also find, that is, you go to, for example, your institute, and then you have some ideas, but then they say, yeah, we already consider sustainability. And then the discussion is not really open, because I think there's a lot of resistance to change. how should we address this? Because they say, no, we already consider sustainability as much as we can. And then there's not really space for discussion, how to address these hurdles, like how to overcome this.
When I hear this, I would first say like, wow, great that you are considering this. So can you tell me more about what happened? And, you know, so once you get them to talk and to hear more, maybe they did actually already consider the things that you wanted to come up with. So that's also good to know. And if you have a feeling that there's still many more opportunities that they haven't used, only then, once they have explained like what they did, then you can say, well, you know, I might have some additional ideas. Would you be open to hearing them? Because otherwise, if you completely skip all the things that they have explored already, they also don't feel like they're taken seriously, right? It feels like, yeah, you're not doing anything, but I will provide you the ideas. So it's really to connect and to hear what the other people have done already or are thinking.
Thanks.
I think we can move to some online questions, Mari.
Yes, actually, most of the online questions were already asked by the audience. So yeah, very in sync here. Maybe we can, yeah, I want to thanks Anouk for your nice talk. This is really nice to learn about communication and doing it more effectively. And it's yeah, so our next speaker is Marlene Bartz. She's from the European Commission and the Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions Program, and she will tell us about the role of sustainability in science funding.
Yes, hello, good morning. Many thanks for the invitation. Let me just put this in full screen mode. Well, I'm joining you from Brussels, where I work at the European Commission in the Director General for Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, which is a little bit like the Ministry of Education for the EU, if you want. And I'll try to very briefly just introduce you to what we're doing at EU level to promote more sustainable practices in research and innovation, and notably in the Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions, which is, as some of you might know, a little bit like the Erasmus Plus program, so a mobility and training program, but for researchers, so PhD candidates or postdoctoral researchers. This is a little bit the political.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Marlene, could you hide your video panel? Because we see a block that's blocking your presentation.
Okay. There's not too much text on the presentation. I hope this is better.
Perfect, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. So here you see a little bit the policy framework in which we are operating in. I'm quite sure you've heard about the European Green Deal, which is the EU's new, very ambitious, not that new actually, from 2020, but very ambitious growth strategy, which strives to make Europe as a continent climate neutral by 2050. For instance, by reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 55% until 2030. So it's quite ambitious. Now, to do this, we dedicate a lot of money. I think up to 1/3 of the EU 7-year budget is dedicated to the European Green Deal, or to achieving the goals of the European Green Deal. And we also adopt a number of policies, for instance, to accompany this, such as the climate law, the biodiversity strategy, the zero pollution action plan, etc., etc., etc. So this is the overall framework. And now if we look more at research or higher education, obviously, as some of you might know, education is a member state competence. So we as the EU cannot impose anything. We can encourage, we can support, we can finance, but it's still a member state competence. So we have at the European Commission published two, as we call them, Commission communications in 2020 on the European education area and the European research area, or new era for research and innovation, which are a bit the strategic frameworks for collaboration between member states on matters of either education or research, and in view of really sort of establishing a single borderless area in these policy topics. And both these strategic documents or communications clearly specify the twin green and digital transition that all stakeholders should strive for. So this is a little bit the policy framework. We have a lot of so-called green initiatives at EU level. I'm not going to go into detail now. I mean, I just put them here for you to know, and maybe have a look later on if you're interested. But also in January this year, the European Commission has published a European strategy for universities, because as some of you might know, in Europe, we have close to 5,000 higher education institutions with over 17 million students. So this strategy is kind of trying to help universities adapt to changing conditions. And again, the green and digital transition is very highly reflected in that strategy, and is actually one of 4 main objectives. We're also establishing a so-called European sustainability competence framework. So really to be able to assess competences linked to sustainability at all levels of education. Maybe interesting for you, the Education for Climate Coalition and the European Climate Pact, which are actually stakeholder communities that anyone can join and register for and participate in, and motivate other people and upscale actions, etc. So I would encourage you to have a look. And then obviously we have our EU funding programs. I'm sure you've heard about Erasmus+, probably also about Horizon Europe. And in there, the green dimension is also very highly reflected. So me today, I'll focus more on the latter, so Horizon Europe, and more specifically the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, which you will see in a minute. So this is just to give you an idea of what Horizon Europe is. So this is the EU's framework program for research and innovation. It's a huge budget. So we have 95.5 billion euro. This is over 7 years, because the EU always works with a budget of 7 years. So starting in 2021 until 2027. You can see it has different pillars with different parts in there. We, the MSCA, the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, are part of Pillar 1, so on the left, which is excellent science. And at the bottom, you can see that actually out of these 95.5 billion euros, 35% should be dedicated to climate projects, or to meet the climate target of the European Green Deal, which is quite substantial. Now, if we go more into the MSCA, the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, which is the program part or me and my colleagues are responsible for. If you don't know them, they're basically a mobility and training program for researchers. Now, what is nice is that it's bottom up, meaning that it's actually you as a researcher or an institution applying that decide which topic or which discipline they want to collaborate on. So it's what we call bottom up. So we do not impose from the EU anything to applicants. It's very international and cross-disciplinary, quite attractive. You will see on the next slide, or in 2 slides, what kind of funding is associated to it. And it's open to any nationality. So any researcher from around the world could apply to receive a fellowship. And we also very strongly collaborate with enterprises and industries. This is a bit more detailed, the 5 main actions. So you might be interested actually in applying to some of them. So I'm not gonna go into detail, but at least here you have the information, you have the deadlines, for instance. We have just published now in May 2 calls, one for doctoral networks, so really for institutions to set up a doctoral program and recruit researchers from anywhere in the world to carry out a PhD. And then the other one that just opened now is postdoctoral fellowships. So here it's the next level. It's for more advanced researchers. One individual researcher applies together with a host organization. So it could be a university, but not necessarily. So they apply together to receive a fellowship for carrying out postdoctoral research. So in case you're interested, obviously you can have a look at the funding and tenders portal where everything is published. And then for individual PhD and postdoc positions, you should have a look at the EURACCESS website. And this is just to give you an idea of the funding associated to these two. So as an individual, you would receive 3,000 or 5,000 euros a month just for the living allowance. And then there's also a mobility allowance, and the institution that is going to host you would also receive money per month to have you. But this is just so that you know a little bit what we're funding. Now, I think the topic here today is what are we doing to make this program greener? Now, the MSCA is a mobility program, and this will not change. So obviously we have to keep this a little bit in mind, and we still try to sort of mitigate the negative impact that all these mobilities could have. This is work in progress. I think it has to be looked at twofold. Now, how are the MSCA contributing to the Green Deal? There is a whole content component. So obviously, we fund topics that do research. We find projects that do research on certain topics which are highly relevant to, for instance, building climate resilience, climate adaptation, etc. So what we do is actually we look at the content of the projects that we fund, and we try to invite them to speak to policymakers and to present their research so that actually at the highest level we know what's happening on the ground. So we do this through so-called cluster events, and there will be one on ocean and waters on the 7th of June. It's publicly available, so if you're interested, you can have a look at the website, you can register, it's online, so you can just tune in and listen to what our researchers are doing in the area of ocean and waters. And then the other way we are trying to green our program is through the implementation, so the concrete implementation of projects, which links to the previous speaker, and for which we have produced a green charter, which I will show you in a minute. Linked to this green charter, we have published some guidance material, and there will be some reporting from our projects to us at final report stage to tell us what they have done. And we will also soon publish some green success stories. So some of our projects or researchers which have been very successful in greening their activities, we're going to publish that on our website. And then obviously we have some considerations for the future. You know, should we accept more virtual mobility? Should we assess at application stage? You know, should we introduce a green award criteria to decide whether or not a project should be funded? Should we have some dedicated green budget? But these are really discussions that are starting now. Now, if we go more into the charter, you can find it online at this website. I mean, it's called MSCA Green Charter, but it's actually addressed to anyone who's interested in greening. It is in the Horizon Europe work program, which is our legal base for the program. We say that all MSCA funded projects are encouraged to address the principle of the MSCA Green Charter and implement measures to minimize the environmental footprint of their activities. So as you can see, it's encouraged to address the principles of the Green Charter. We do not force anyone, and they will not be penalized if they don't, but at least they know that they have to keep this in mind at the final report stage. So all our projects have to submit a report at the end. They will have to justify or explain what they have done or not done to minimize the environmental footprint of their activities. And then we will see in the future if this is enough as a soft incentive, or if we have to be a bit stricter and really enforce that they apply these principles. But knowing that, as I said, we are a bottom-up program, meaning it's topics. I mean, it's the researchers that decide what topic they want to collaborate on, and it's true that we don't want to penalize a project, for instance, that will work with Japan or Brazil and South Africa, where travel will happen and will obviously, contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. Or if you have a project that implies heavy computing, obviously we don't want to penalize these projects either. So you have to strike a bit a balance between the research topic and what is doable within this to really green your implementation activities. activities. These are just some examples from the charter. So you will see the charter, it's quite short. It's addressed to individual researchers and then institutions. There's a number of principles in there. I just copy here the travel related one. So, you know, for example, the researchers should prioritize low carbon forms of transportation, or teleconferencing tools for institutions. It's the same. You know, maybe envisage carbon offsetting if well, in those cases where carbon emissions cannot be avoided. But there's also other principles in there, like very obvious one, like, for example, reduce, reuse, recycle, or to use more renewable forms of energy, green ports purchasing for materials, project related materials, that you should try to organize sustainable project events. So go local, for instance, do not print attendance lists or programs. So these kind of concrete principles, and then it's up to the researcher and the institution to do what they want with them. But I think it also empowers a little bit the researcher vis-a-vis his hierarchy, to say that, listen, actually the European Commission is expecting that we green our practices. Maybe it can help convince your leadership in adopting more green strategies, which I think links also a little bit with what the previous speaker was saying. And just very briefly, I'm not going into detail here, but linked to the charter, so on the website as well, we have compiled a guide of, or some sort of guidance material. Here again, it's a list of practices. So I would encourage you to have a look if you're interested. So really, it's sort of best practices on institutional green practices. So really for institutions to improve. There's a lot about travel guidelines. So from individual institutes, for instance, or from consortia of institutions, CO2 offsetting strategies, and then more generally guidance material, especially from the European Commission, so on how to organize sustainable events, how to pick sustainable hotels, you know, the eco management and audit scheme where you can register for ISO, you know, how to do public procurement more green. So this is more for, you know, authorities maybe, or institutions, how to calculate your footprint, etc. So have a look, there's a lot in there. And then finally, this is my last slide, in case you're interested. Actually, the French presidency of the European Council. So every 6 months, you know, it changes. So now it's the French that have the presidency, and they're organizing a conference in May, actually Monday, Tuesday next week, which will be hybrid. You have the link here to the website, and there will be a workshop on the MSCA Green Charter in research projects, and there will be invited speakers really looking concretely, giving examples of how they have tried to implement it. So in case you're interested, again, it's free and you can just register online. And I think with this, I finish. Apologies if I went a bit over time.
Thanks, Marlene. Very nice talk. Are there any questions from our audience? Yes.
So the MSCA, of course, the essence is that a lot of students and postdocs spend some time abroad doing research in a different lab in a different country, which is fantastic. The side effect of that is, of course, they all want to go home for Christmas and all want to visit their family maybe 2, 3, 4 times a year. So, and it can be appealing to do that by taking a flight. It's saving a lot of time. So does MSCA know how big the carbon footprint is in that sense of the program? Or would MSCA be inclined to monitor that to see if there's any improvement over time? Because I would think that one of the biggest footprints, unintended footprints, is the traveling for personal reasons, which are perfectly valid, of course. If you're doing a postdoc in Denmark and you're coming from Spain, you want to go home to Spain every now and then, but still that has an impact, right? So is there any knowledge about how big that impact is?
So no, I mean, the clear answer is no. It's a very good suggestion. I know that, for example, for the Erasmus Plus program, which is also per se a mobility program, they have now implemented what they call the carbon footprint calculator, because they can. Actually, for Erasmus Plus, we know exactly where a student is located and where he's going. It's all encoded in the system. Whereas for the MSCA, we don't have this kind of knowledge specifically, because it's also up to then the networks to recruit the researcher and to take care of them and their travel arrangements. However, the monitoring is something that we encourage now through the charter at project level, so that at least the projects are aware of how much they produce. But I think definitely this is something that we could try to look at maybe more corporate level. So thanks for the suggestion. I wrote it down.
Okay, thank you.
Very nice. I would like to ask Marit if she can read us some questions from our online participants.
Yes, there's many questions. Let's start with the one with the most votes. So there's a question about whether you or maybe another level in the European Union consider how to mitigate the impact of biomedical research if we act more globally. So maybe coordinate so we don't repeat all these experiments in different places. Is there any policy regarding this?
So if I understand well, it's more about the content of research now, and to try and maybe share this knowledge instead of replicating. Yes, obviously, I mean, we fund hundreds of thousands of researchers and research projects. So obviously it could be that, in some country, exactly the same is being researched on than in another country. But we actually have what we call the Horizon Result platform, which is accessible online, and the Cordis platform. So actually all the projects that we have funded under any framework program, they're all available online. We actually have also a very strong open science policy, meaning that projects have to share the results, obviously, unless they're very confidential or would imply security threats. So actually all this data is, as soon as it's published and accepted by us, it becomes publicly available. Now we also organize, for instance, obviously, it might be difficult. I mean, here was a concrete example, but for example, also if you do ocean or biodiversity related research, what we do now is that we organize these cluster events. So we know that in the area of oceans and waters, we have funded around 700 projects and researchers. So all of these have now been invited for an event next week where they can really get together, listen to each other, and maybe collaborate more. So these are kind of the little things that we're trying to do to avoid duplication.
Yeah, nice. Of course, open science is also very important to increase sustainability in the long run. One more question before we go to the break. Question from the Zoom audience, whether any of the Green Charter is binding, is any of it required? Is it all voluntary? Like, are there any requirements for actual sustainable practices in the lab in order to get funded?
So for now, it's non-binding. And if you look at the formulation, I had put it in the slides, it's, we encourage MSCA funded projects to implement this principle. We had thought of making it binding, but the problem is that we don't want to penalize anyone, because the main essence of the program is really bottom up, so anybody can research anything they want, and per se, de facto, some projects will be less green than others because they will imply more traveling, they will imply more water use, they will imply. So this is why for now, as a first step, it's not binding, but they will have to report on it, which in the end is kind of a soft push. If we see in the first project that this is not working at all, that nobody is doing anything, then obviously we can try to make it binding, or we could try to introduce a green award criteria. So at selection stage, experts who assess the application, that will be like, okay, they could do better. So yeah, these are considerations for the future.
Yes, I guess we're very curious to see how this goes in the future. Thanks so much for your talk.
You're very welcome.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
All right. So it's time for a first break. I want to invite all the people in the audience. You can go to the foyer for coffee, but also the people on Zoom. You can join us for a first session on Spatial Chats. And we will have also a desk yoga session from Estelle. She will do it twice, one at 10:35 and one at 10:45. So I'm looking forward to see you there. And then I'll give the word to Gabriella.
We realized that there can be a few small changes that can be done, and which we did, is like changing over the car fleet to electric cars. But additionally, we also set up the solar power, because most of our products are stored in either 2 to 8 degrees or -20-degree warehouses, which really take a lot of power to maintain them. So we can basically already use more than 70% of our own produced solar power for our warehouses. Also, small changes can really have a big impact. And we heard it from the other speakers already, that it's really important to be aware that small changes are necessary to have big goals at the end of the day. So even as you can see on the picture, on the right bottom, it's a lunchbox. And we are approximately 70 people working with Panbiotech, and every day for lunch we provide them the opportunity to get something to eat from a local restaurant. And initially it was like every day we had massive volumes of single-use equipment, and this was a very small change but very effective one, that we could really get rid of single-use restaurant cartons, as those are reusable. But having a closer look at the general options and ideas about being more sustainable as a company, we are filling more than 300,000 liters of cell culture media every year. So you can imagine it's a fairly large amount of bottles that we produce. And still the plastic or PET bottle is the way to go. We try to find alternative solutions. We still have single customers who actually want their cell culture media filled in glass bottles, but due to safety and also the transport logistic part, it really becomes more and more unhandy. So at the end of the day, we decided to take a look at the 3 R's, we call them. It's recycle, reduce, replace. So coming to the first point, as the time is quite limited today, I will keep it short, but please feel free afterwards to ask as many questions. Recycling. Basically, it was the idea from the group that looking at our private life, we return our empty bottles back in the supermarkets. There's a refund system, and this really avoids a lot of plastic waste at daily life. And as we fill the products also in PET bottles, we decided to think, okay, how can we actually implement it to offer a solution for our partners or customers to have a similar system, but also with our products. And it very soon turned out that the material itself, the PET, it's really not to be considered as waste. It's a very important resource which can be reused many times for new products. So we thought about the option, okay, how can we actually reuse the bottles as either new bottles or new material for different products. And the first step was basically that we had several talks and discussions with our work safety, but also with different partners. We tried to find who is actually able to reuse this material, which has been in the labs before, and also avoid that the plastic material will be burned for powering any stations or power stations, because our intention was really, we want to reuse the material as new resource and not as waste. So there was only like 2 or 3 possible partners ending up after nearly half a year of research that have been confirming us that they will ensure that the empty bottles will be reused as new material for new products. Of course, our biggest aim would be that we can really reproduce new bottles for our cell culture media. So far, this is quite difficult because still, according to regulations, we have to use virgin plastic for sterile products, which I think can be changed and should be changed in the future as well. But yeah, we have set up the recycling system for our cell culture products or bottles. And this is what I really want to offer to all of you who is working in a lab and doing some research using cell culture products. We can offer you to return the bottles, the empty ones, of course, and have the partner who is able to recycle them to win new resource material for new products. Apart from the recycling, we also have like a reduce strategy, I would say. Also very important to know is apart from, or let's say the 300,000 liters are packed in different sizes, of course. So we have the academic customers or partners, but also the industry ones who, of course, require large volumes. And there is a big opportunity to improve your own or reduce your own plastic consumption by changing over to different volumes. And of course, not everyone might be able to use like 200 or 500 liter cell culture media bags, but there is still an option for everyone in the lab to make an improvement. If you change over from 2 times 500 ml bottles to only a single 1 liter bottle, you can already reduce your consumption of the PET by 67%. So it's really a significant improvement just by 1 liter of media. And apart from this, I think it was quite nice to see Nicolene, she had a picture in her on one of her slides showing that the plastic is really a waste. And coming back to it, it's really one of the most important things that we should rethink about the bottle, not as waste, but really as a resource. And we are very lucky because we have a very good communication with our partners, and they give us new ideas how we can even improve the current system for recycling, but also for the reduce strategy. And we are also trying and finding new solutions to even reuse the empty bags. So it's really a good feeling to see that the exchange between our partners and the company is working well. I promised it won't be a sales event today for me. So still one point to highlight regarding the reduce. The picture showed from the cell culture media that there are, of course, several suppliers in the market. But you can already have a big improvement also if you try to source local or as local as possible. I mean, most of the suppliers in our field are based in the US, and we had it already regarding personal traveling. Also the products which are produced outside from the EU, they will need to be either shipped or flown in. So it already has a different kind of CO2 footprint impact on the final product, which also is, I think, very important to highlight. Actually, there's one thing I forgot to mention regarding the recycling, and I know you like figures, and coming back to the recycling, we have really achieved quite a big number, I would say. So the whole system started like 2 years ago, or roughly 2 years ago. And by now we are collecting with different labs within Germany, but also other countries within Europe, more than 600 to 700 kilos every 2 weeks, which is really a quite impressive amount, because if you sum it up by now, we have collected more than 20 tons of PET material, which has not been ending up as waste, but really as new resource. And breaking it down to the bottle, it's already more than 200,000 media bottles. My last point I would like to inform you is there is also an option to improve or become a more greener lab by replacing serum as the most known supplement for cell cultivation. There are already products in the market that can really replace serum fairly well. And there I can just confirm and really repeat the other speakers' feedback that it's really a long way we still have to go, and a lot of work we have to put in to this topic to convince customers not just to change over, but even to give it a try to test these products. There are several advantages if you can change over from FPS to a serum replacement. Apart from the ethical reason or animal welfare, there is also the big advantage that these products do not have any batch variation, which means you can really skip all the batch testings in advance. And this has some additional improvements, because if it has not a batch variation, you can basically order it on demand. So this would also mean that you can reduce your own warehouse facilities or storage facilities, which are currently need, or which we need at our facility, quite dramatically, which would then again save a lot of energy. So for me, I think today I see nobody is really against sustainability, but it's very important that everyone is taking its little piece to do an improvement. And I hope I gave you a bit of an insight from manufacturer of cell culture media, how we can already offer you a solution for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the on-site audience? A short question, perhaps?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering, when in your slide you showed these 3 R's, recycle was really on top, and then you also had reduce and reuse, I think it was. Yep. Do you also educate customers in a way that, because I can imagine that recycle is the most low-hanging fruit for a lab, but it's also the one with the least impact. So do you educate customers, or do you share these general things behind all the R's for circularity? Because I can imagine if they understand that a different option might be more difficult to implement, but it has far more impact, yeah, that still maybe it's worthwhile to explore it.
Yeah, especially the replace is one of my top or most famous topics. I really want to convince customers to give it a try, because I think this is, or at least my personal point of view, that it might have the biggest impact on an improvement. But to be very honest, this is a really tough way to go, because I see mainly young people in here, and I would call you the next generation of life science or scientists. And when I talk to, let's say, the older pros, they usually don't want to change, because they want to stick to their habits and they follow their SOPs. But the good thing is really that we see a changing situation at the moment, that people are willing and even interested and open-minded to give it a try. So yes, teaching and education of our customers is very important. And also there we are super happy to really have a very good communication and exchange with our current partners who already participate in the 3 R's, we call them, because we can learn still a lot from each other.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sorry to say, but unfortunately we cannot answer all the questions right now. Patrick is available during the networking and also during the lunch session to answer your questions, and also for the online audience. We will make sure that all the questions will be directed to Patrick and you will have an answer. So now I'll move on and announce the, thank you, Patrick, by the way, sorry. So now I'll go on and introduce you to the next speaker, Daniela Farina, who set up a green team in the University of Exeter's Environment and Sustainability Institute. And within 1 year, she managed to achieve 100% LEAF accreditation score, which is really impressive. And so we're looking forward to hear more from you, Daniela.
Thank you. Goedemorgen. Okay, so my name is Daniela Farina and I work at the University of Exeter. My career at the University of Exeter started as a research technician, and after a couple of years I became a lab manager in an institute which is called the Environment and Sustainability Institute. No pressure there. Very recently I changed job because of my involvement with the lab sustainability topic. I became a project manager. So my journey with lab sustainability started because when I was managing those labs, I realized very soon that there was this discrepancy between what we were preaching and what we were doing, because our labs weren't sustainable at all. But as a lab manager, I never heard about lab sustainability before. It wasn't part of my job description at all, and I didn't know where to start. So I did what everyone else, I think, does in nowadays. When you don't know something, you go online and you Google it, lab sustainability. And because of that, I happened to find about this group, which is called LEAN. It was mentioned, I think, earlier before. And LEAN is a UK-based group of like-minded people that have lab sustainability at heart. And they were very generous with me, sharing all their knowledge and all their experience. Within the LEAN group, I happened to find out about the LEAF project. You heard, I think, about LEAF already quite a lot from my predecessors today, but basically I took it upon me to implement LEAF in my labs. So LEAF is a set of criteria, so proper guidelines, so it gave me the knowledge that I didn't have. I implemented these few changes in my lab, and at the end of this, I happened to get the very first Green Lab accreditation for a lab at the University of Exeter. What I didn't know in that time is how well this was received. So as soon as I got this accreditation, I happened to be asked, to help other people with similar issues around lab sustainability. But in particular, I think that my luck was that working in that institute, I happened to have a close access to the director of the institute, who was heavily involved with the University of Exeter declaring a climate emergency in that year and writing a sort of white paper with a list of recommendations. So LEAF got included in the official university recommendations. So if you're all here today, I don't think I need to say why lab have a scientific, especially STEM-facing laboratories have a sustainability problem. But I'm here to say what we did, at least at the University of Exeter, to tackle that. Maybe these standards are not familiar to you because they have a strong UK focus, but my way of thinking is that universities and academia in general have tackled different issues before. We have a few examples there, in particular, like gender equality, on how to keep lab staff safe. And the solution has always been implementing uniform standards. So I don't see why lab sustainability shouldn't be dealt in the very same way. And that's where the LEAF solution comes handy. So there is no time to go through LEAF, but as my predecessors have said, it's spreading really fast. It has been really successful. There are several countries now that are adopting LEAF, including the Netherlands, and few places that you see on these slides are probably familiar to you. And what I can say is that if we didn't have LEAF, I don't think that my university could have achieved their overall goal. And here there is like the main goal that we have pledged to reach net zero by 2030. So you probably now are interested in learning, how did you do that? So this is a little bit of university senior management control of the sustainability issue. So we declared an environment and climate emergency in 2019. And this is what I mentioned before, when also I achieved the very first Green Lab accreditation. So from that moment, the delivery of the LEAF program has been very much like a bottom-up approach, because after getting this endorsement from the senior management, the delivery of the program happened quite strongly as a bottom-up approach. So this is at least my way of seeing it, but in my experience, I could see that the lab users are the people that know the operations of the lab the most, but are the ones that lack the knowledge around lab sustainability. On the other hand, the people that work in climate and emergency teams, like at the University of Exeter, are experts in this topic, but they don't understand the challenges and the complications and the differences across all labs and the details on how operations can be different in every different lab. And very often also the management itself is a little bit detached by the daily operations, which means that very often they can't provide a solution that is applicable to everyone. So the way we dealt with that at the University of Exeter is that we had a mix of a centralized approach together with actually a bottom-up approach that I just mentioned. And at the University of Exeter, I must admit that the technical services have been fundamental for the achievement of these results. The centralized aspect is basically what I have done. So it's mostly about providing people with the information that they needed, creating platforms for them to share knowledge and best practices. And just to give a little bit details about that, every month I took like a single topic around lab sustainability, which could have been lab plastic that was mentioned a few times, or cold storage, or energy consumption. And then I invited a guest speaker, an expert on that topic. So we organized a monthly workshop that was always like 1 hour long only, so that everyone could find the time to attend. On the side of the workshop, I created some useful resources, which could have been a poster, sometimes a sticker. And I also tried to find a way to disseminate some information, like writing a piece on the specific item on the internal newsletters. Having done that, everything else happened from the lab user side. As I said, technicians were very, very heavily involved. I don't think we could have done this without the involvement of the technical forces, lab managers and research technicians alike. But they are the ones that took this information and basically assessed what is feasible in their labs, filters all the challenges that they had to deal with, and they just made it happen. From my side, I thought that it was important, of course, to reward those people that were going the extra miles, because even at the University of Exeter, sustainability is still not a mandatory task, it's completely voluntary. So for those people that went the extra mile, I tried to do all I could to make sure that they got the recognition that they deserve. So for instance, we created some lovely certificates that were signed by someone quite senior at the University of Exeter, so they could hang those certificates at the entry of their labs to go proud of. But we also introduced some thank you card. We have a system that is called Above and Beyond, which generates a sort of a thank you message that is still stored officially at the university, so everyone can see, and you can build a sort of CV thanks to that. And I also managed to get some money, because for the people that went above the bronze level, we also managed to give some monetary recognition. I can't say that there were no challenges. Of course, it was difficult in some aspect, in particular because the University of Exeter has labs all over the places. Myself, I'm not based in Exeter. I work in Cornwall, so at the very far end, as you can see on the map there. So there were some challenges that had to be met, but the pandemic has taught us one thing, that we can work remotely and we can use the technology to our advantage. So one of the things that I've done, I started by creating, of course, web pages. So we have a presence online where we say that lab sustainability is a thing. And I created SharePoint pages, Teams pages. The Teams page has been particularly useful, and also a stream channel. So a Microsoft Stream channel where all the recording of all the workshops that we organize are there. So people that couldn't attend, they can watch them afterwards. And also, I don't know if this is going to work now. Unfortunately, it won't work because I'm not registered, but we also made some funny videos with lab members. Again, just having a little bit of an easy approach, but still trying to, spread the words. And let's see. As I mentioned, also I created some useful resources that I hope that help the lab users, reminding them of some key messages. So stickers I find are really useful. And posters trying to make people accountable and making them understand that it's their responsibility as well. I'm happy to share, of course, all these resources with the people that before were saying how important it is indeed to share those. And where we are now, so I couldn't believe that this has happened for real, but within 12 months since launch, and we launched it like in January 2021, we got 100% bronze accreditation or higher, because many labs went beyond that. So we have a few silvers and 4 gold. And this, of course, has brought all the benefit that you are aware, which is also a reduction in, apart from energy use, also in running cost. So what I would like to do next is that, unfortunately, we launched the initiative during the pandemic and we couldn't use the calculators that are included in LEAF because we didn't have a baseline. But how easier is going to be next when I will be able to tell someone, look, because of this activity, we have saved this many thousands of pounds, and we could potentially reinvest this money into more sustainable initiatives. So what I really hope is that in the future, LEAF won't be anymore an additional thing that people have to do. It will be fully embedded in the University of Exeter as one of the normal practices. And well, I hope I will be here again in a year's time, and I will let you know about the success. I want to say thank you to the people that are mentioned here, in particular Martin Farley, who is the creator of the LEAF program, and the 2 people that are there. So it's there is the Professor Juliet Osborne and Dr. Gail Reeves, and they are the people that made it happen by supporting me. So the director of the institute I work with and the head of technical services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniela, for your talk. Are there any questions from the audience? Then the online people cannot hear.
Thank you. So my question is, first of all, very impressive what you did. And so regarding continuity of LEAF, how do you really see this progressing in a sense? I don't know if you're still full-time involved in the implementation, but as a university-wide effort, how do you see the continuity over the long run of LEAF?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, that's a very good point. So the way I see it right now is that, so for the past year, we have expected people to go for a bronze award. And in the next year, I would like to push for a silver mandatory level. But it's going to be more and more challenging with the time, because it's easier to get the low-hanging fruits, right? So when you do nothing at all around lab sustainability, then it's so easy to find improvements, like even something as simple as indeed switch off the equipment, you know, before you go home in the night, or switch off the lights. But so these are very easy targets. It's going to be more and more challenging when you're going to, you know, ask people to do things that are more impactful, that also will change even more the way they work. But one of the things that I wanted to mention is that, of course, you know, until now we have been talking about the challenges of implementing these sort of programs. But in my experience, the people I worked with were already convinced. I didn't have to convince anyone. The people were just needing the guidance. They were saying, of course I want to be sustainable. It's just that I don't know how I can do that. So I am quite optimistic. And what I can say is that, yeah, I'll probably let you know in a year's time if I'm maybe over-optimistic, but I don't think it's going to be a problem.
All right. I think we would also like some questions from the online participants to be answered. Lopke, can you ask any question from online?
Yes, thank you. So we have a few questions, but I'll just ask one of them. So Daniela, how much time did you devote to LEAF, and was it someone working on it full time?
Officially, I work 2 days a week on LEAF and 3 days a week on the other projects. I have to admit that 2 days a week were not enough. So I did spend some extra time on it. But I also achieved now that I have some help. So from next week, I'm going to have someone helping me out. So another part-time jobs, half overtime will be dedicated to the implementation of LEAF.
Okay, thank you very much. We will try to answer the other online questions in the chat. So thank you, Daniela, and I'd like to introduce the next speaker. And this is So thank you again. The next speaker is Jan Heidelberger from the Max Planck School Matter to Life. So Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction, and it's great to be here and seeing so many people being interested in sustainability and devoting their private time to do something with sustainability among their job. And yeah, I'm here not to talk about myself, but to talk about the Max Planck Sustainability Network, which I'm part of and which I want to introduce you to, and what we are doing, and a little the structure which we are dealing with and what we've built up so far in the last years. So the Max Planck Sustainability Network was founded actually in 2019 by the first sustainability groups which arose on the different institutes. And by now we have more than 220 registered members active on over 65 institutes all over Germany. So you can see here on the map, and even outside of Germany, because Max Planck has 86 institutes in Germany, but also some outside of Germany, where we also have active members and active groups involved in. And talking about the groups, so by now we have more than 45 groups on the different institutes, which together form the network. And all together we're working on the goal to make the Max Planck Society, but also science in general, more ecological sustainable. So how is the Max Planck Society structured? So we have, as you saw in the map, all these different institutes, and they more or less operate independently, but they're also headed and administered by the general administration, which is based in Munich. And we have the president and a scientific council and the general secretary and so on, which all work together to form the Max Planck Society. And on the other hand, we now have the sustainability groups, which are active on all these different institutes. And they together, they elect the steering committee, which I'm a proud member of. And I hope also now after our network meeting, I continue my work in the steering committee. And we have different working groups challenging different topics about sustainability in the Max Planck Society. And all this together forms the Max Planck Sustainability Network. And now in a recent year, the Presidential Commission for Climate Protection was integrated by the head of the Max Planck Society, and they are appointed members, and they think about possibilities to make the Max Planck Society sustainable as well. And they do some recommendations toward the general administration. And with these, we stay in close exchange, and we also have a representative which is located in this admission committee. And all these groups and different members, they are now working together to make a transformation possible. So we do more of a consulting way as a network. We see when we show what are the problems, where do we see problems that need to be targeted, and how can we find solutions together, and making some pressure on the administration that it's time to do a change. And here you can see some pictures of the local groups. Also, I mean, it's really important to mention that all these people are doing this voluntarily. So there's basically any or really little funding, and this is basically if provided then by the institute, that, for example, people can do some stuff within their working hours, but much of the stuff is done in a free time next to the jobs which people are doing with all the different backgrounds on the different institutes. And these projects which are done at the different individual institutes, they range from all over just awareness campaigns to making gardening, beehives, waste management, optimizing their labs and sustainability in the labs, but also recycling and all the things involved. Also maybe important to mention is that the Max Planck Institutes, all of them are kind of diverse, right? So they're ranging from physics, over chemistry, over biology, all the way down to also law, right? So it's all institutes operate differently and have different needs, and thereby have different approaches which need to be implemented in order to get more sustainable. And every year we have an annual meeting, which is also currently happening today and tomorrow. So actually after this meeting, I'm already at the location, because this year, after 2 years completely being virtual, we have a hybrid event this year, and it takes place in Frankfurt, which I'm also currently at. And starting from 1 o'clock, we will have our annual meeting with a lot of presentations going on today and tomorrow, exchanging with all the members of the network, having some exciting speakers around, and figuring out what we can do next as future projects. Also maybe interesting to mention is the 2 Max Planck Institutes, the Max Planck Institute for Astronomy in Heidelberg, as well as the Max Planck Institute for Physics, they did an evaluation about how much footprint they actually have. So what are the big players in gas emissions and so on and so forth. And the Max Planck Institute in Heidelberg, they figured out that for them, they produce basically 18.1 tons of CO2 per scientist. And that is, if you calculate it for the publication output, they have almost like 4.6 tons of CO2 emissions per publications they produce at the Institute. And as you can see for them at their institute, the big players are travel and electricity, which counts up for the most. But of course, as I said, right, depending on the institute, this can be completely different. And this they also published, so you can check out on our website and read out the publication. And what over the last years, the network also created is a catalog of recommendation, or shortly CARE. And this has 5 different aspects, ranging from energy, biodiversity and food, mobility, supplies and waste, as well as assessment and monitoring. And there are more than 30 recommendations, which you can check out, and you can see what can be implemented on your within your institute, right? So they are not just lab-based, they're over all things that can be implemented in your institute. And this is also available on our website, so you can check out this QR code, or you can just head over, check out the catalog and see what maybe is interesting for you and your institute, right? What are some of the low-hanging fruits? What are some more challenging things? And there you can see also scientific evidence why it makes sense to implement them, and what are the needs in order to implement them, how quick it can go, what maybe needs budget and whatnot. Just to give you a short introduction to this. So in the energy, for example, we have a little about building and equipment, high performance computing, green energy suppliers, and photovoltaic. On the other hand, some other things like sustainable conference caterings, animal-friendly constructions, green roofs, and so on. And yeah, due to the little of time, I'm skipping a little through. So we also have business trips. What can you do? What can be avoided? What can be prioritized? What can be compensated? And this is now available also in 2022, that we will have compensation for our flights. I mean, of course, compensations, as for everything, should be the really last step, right? So also the Max Planck Society, they pledged now to get climate neutral by 2035. But of course, the least part should be by compensation. And this is also what we're trying to keep in mind and keep on our flags to propose to the people. So yeah, please check that out, as well as our wiki. So we created a wiki for exchange of ideas, experiences, best practice, and so on. And anyone can participate. So you can also go there, have a look. It's easy to contribute. It's multilingual, so at least German and English. And yeah, we have different sub-wikis for different groups. And yeah, I invite you to check over and get an idea of what's going on there and exchange with us. Yeah, and this is from the last in-person networking meeting. And this is also the picture on our website. So I highly recommend you checking us out. Have a look at the public publications where, for example, you can find the care catalog, or you can sign up also for our newsletter, where we have a newsletter also for external, where we provide new information, what's going on in the network, and so on and so forth. And with this, I'm happy to answer your questions. Before this, I have a small commercial slide prepared, because I want to invite you for 2 other talks which are upcoming now in the near future. And this is one which is going on in Heidelberg, but also online, where we want to talk about sustainability communication, which is a collaboration between us with the DKFZ, the EMBL, and the University of Heidelberg, where we want to show you how to inspire sustainable exchange in science and how to address these topics in sustainability. And another one, also a seminar from my previous sustainability group, from my previous institute, where Holland Hartleb and Noemi Bender will introduce how the Helmholtz Association and the DKFZ trying to get more sustainable, working with bottom-up and top-down approaches in order to achieve this. So I hope to see a lot of you there. And now I'm really stopping, and I'm happy to take any questions there might be.
Thank you for your talk, Jan. Are there any questions from the on-site audience? I guess everyone is writing the dates in their agendas for the workshops. Lopke, do you have a question from the online audience?
Yes, we have a couple. So Jan, did you think about doing a forum together with the wiki to increase the interaction within institutes?
Yeah, so within the institutes, we have like it's called Rocket Chat. It's a little bit like a Slack chat and something like this. So everybody can use this in order to exchange, post in ideas and so on. And we have different kind of email distributors also. So for the people who don't like the Rocket Chat system, they can use emails and just send it over. Because, for example, for our newsletter, we have almost 500 people which are signed up, which receive the newsletter. But then for the members, really, we have a distribution list so that they can exchange easily also about new publications, new ideas, and so on. And there's Rocket Chat as like a Slack or like a WhatsApp group, so to say.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And there's another question. It stated you have an impressive network at the Max Planck. Do you think having paid positions managing sustainable initiatives has helped you with this?
Yeah, so far we don't have too many really paid positions in sustainability, right? So we have now in the general administration, since 3 weeks, we have a sustainability specialist, and she, together with another position which is about to be started soon, I think, they will work on the global strategy for the Max Planck Society in order to get more sustainable. But I think it's also important to have more sustainable, let's say, professionals at the institute who really can dedicate their time in order to work with the administration, in order to work with the sustainability group on site, in order to create synergies and work on solutions at the different institutes, right? Because, I mean, as I said, right, all individual institutes are quite diverse, and who knows best is the people really at the location about what can be implemented and what are the needs and the options at their specific location.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for one final question. So what is the best strategy to recruit volunteers to participate and get involved, according to you?
Yeah, I think, I mean, you need to create awareness, right? So I think the best thing is that, I mean, by now, a lot of people are aware that sustainability is a thing, right? And we should all work on it because it's like 5 to midnight, 5 minutes to 12, that really something is happening. So having Scientists for Futures, having Fridays for Future, a lot of people are aware of this and want to do something. So you just need to create an option that they have something where they can come together. So what helped now at my institute, for example, I was giving a presentation, telling them about the problem and saying like, hey, let's meet, let's have an exchange. And then people contacted me and they know, okay, they can contact me. So we created this group and start sharing ideas and so on. And then, of course, always seeing that, I mean, having then a newsletter out at your institute, having posters, doing some small activities, inviting the people to join and so on, right? And this is then the burden is less in order to start doing something, right? So I think all these small, you need to nudge the people a bit, right? In order to get them on board and involved and share your passion for it, right? And make them feel like really it's a hobby and fun to do that, right? And not just an extra burden dictated by top down and now they need to do whatever, right? So it's really like getting them involved and showing them that it can be fun and that there's so much out there now and can be done and should be done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So let's thank Jan for one more time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Angela Rademakers and Justine van den Berg from the Utrecht University Green Office, and they will talk more about the Uni-Eco initiative that aims to raise awareness on sustainability on university campuses. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Hello. Yeah, we are Justine and Agnella, indeed, of the Green Office of Utrecht University. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what our Green Office is and does, and also about the project that we are involved in together with a couple of European universities. But we have a small request to start with, because we get a subsidy from the Erasmus Plus program to run this project only if we get a full list of attendance to everybody we talk to. So we have an attendance list. You would help us very much if you could fill it out. You don't have to fill in any contact details. It's really just for them to know there were people and they came from all sides of countries, organizations, etc. So it would be awesome if you could help about this. All right. Where do I point this? Yes. All right, so my name is Agnella. I'm the manager of the Green Office. I've been working for the Green Office for 8 years now. This is our lovely office. It's right here at campus at the Heidelberglaan. And the Green Office is a university department. We are part of the sustainability program of the university. And we are aiming at building a community around sustainability with students and staff members to support the sustainable development of Utrecht University. And I think we have quite some similarities with the former speaker, with Jan, with his Max Planck Sustainability Network. I was pleased to hear about that. I didn't know them before. But we are doing all kinds of things to make sure that our community is involved in the sustainability process. And we try to give students and staff members space to put their knowledge into use, their knowledge, energy, and time. And Justine will introduce herself in a little bit, is one of the students in our team, because it's a student-driven team. We only have we have 3 employees and always 8 to 10 student employees working there to make sure that we have a very strong connection with our student community. Maybe you want to quickly introduce yourself before I continue?
Yeah, so I'm Justine. I'm a community coordinator at the Green Office. So that means that
what Agnella was saying about that we're like the place where students and staff members come about sustainability. I'm usually their first point of contact, and they give me their question, request, complaint, ideas, and I look, okay, where can we go with this? Who do we need to involve with this? And that's kind of my day-to-day is very dependent on the requests that come into the community.
So we brought a couple of projects that we've been working on over the years. We brought some pictures with us, which I would like to. It's very slow. Okay, I just had that. I should not be so hasty. So one of the projects we've worked on was an initiative of a biology student. He really wanted to plant a tiny forest on campus. And I don't know how familiar you are with this campus, but there's a lot of gray and not so much green. And especially in the center of campus, there's lots of stone. And around the Heidelberglaan, there's lots of meadows. So if you talk to somebody from real estate on campus, they'll probably say, oh, we have such a green campus. But for the average person on campus, it's not that green. So we picked out a nice spot in the center of campus, which was like a gravel pit. There was nothing there, just a few space for a couple of bicycles, and it was very boring. And we took that space and we turned it into a tiny forest. And a tiny forest is a tiny space of, we planted about 600 indigenous species of trees, and we have a small flower meadow. And in this way, it's a tiny space where pollinators and other small animals can find refuge and can find some food and shelter, which also makes that birds are also going there because they will find the insects there. So it's a small space of biodiversity, and we want to use this space also to tell the community about the biodiversity plans of the university. She'll go a little quicker because in this time frame we'll never get there. Thrift Check is another community project that we've been doing because of a lot of students have been complaining about leaving campus and having to leave all their stuff behind, new students coming in, having to buy all new stuff to fill their rooms. And because these student groups never meet, they were not able to give their stuff to the next generation. So we started a pop-up thrift check, which is thrift shop. We used to call it in the olden days. Now we call it thrift check, to make sure that the students could give all their stuff a new life, and that all the new students coming in could just for free pick out the items that they like, that they need. And in this way, saving a lot of resources because all of these items don't have to be bought and don't have to be produced. Yes. Some years ago, we also, when there was a big refugee income from Syria, we organized a social event in which we invited 100 refugees to meet up with 100 students and employees of Utrecht University. So we try to constantly pick out all the themes that are relevant for our community. And at that point, we could do that again now, maybe with a different group of refugees. But at that point, this was a really nice way to get to know some Syrian refugees, their stories, and to have the social side of sustainability also in the picture. We organized a big fat green trip. This was for students' associations, during which we asked them to think about how they could make their travel more sustainable. So we had a prize for the most sustainable trip that year, and student organizations could sign up and use the prize money for their proposal, use the prize money to actually make their sustainable plans to implement those. And we have all kinds of food-related events, food-related activities, one of which we did a couple of years ago was Flavors of the Future, in which we asked the former canteen owner, the caterer, to, in 1 week time, to slowly reduce their impact in food. So on the first day, they would have the regular assortment with meat and dairy products and everything. On the second day, they would get rid of all lunches, including veal and lamb and like the heavy impact food. And in that way, we would go to all plant-based on Friday to show people that if you move from a very impactful food diet, there's all kinds of steps in between, and you don't have to become a vegan overnight, to still make steps in the right direction and to still see that there's a whole bunch of things, alternatives to opt for. We have a living lab. That's one of our big projects in which we combine student research with operations of the university. So we go around the operations side and we ask employees of the university what kind of sustainability issues they face. And then we get student groups to, within their courses, to do a research on these topics. So they get a real life case, which they can work on. And then operations gets a very high quality sustainability report or an advice that they can use in operations, which is growing out to be, we're now also connecting the research, not only with student research, but also with scientific research. So this is really growing and scaling up. And it's a good way to make sure that we use the knowledge that we have within the university, that it doesn't just flow away to all kinds of other organizations, but that we actually use the knowledge of our students and scientists in our operations. So one of the projects that we've been doing is the UniEco project. It's based in the Erasmus Plus program, and Justine will tell you more about it.
All right. So the UniEco project, basically it says here, it's all about practical and collaborative tools for sustainability innovation in the university. It's a collaboration with a total of 5 universities. There's the University of Montpellier, Trinity College Dublin, the ELTE University in Budapest, University of Barcelona, and then we as the Green Office kind of represent Utrecht University in this partnership. So all of the UniEco is quite a big project. There are multiple different sub-projects in it, which I will go over a few of them later, but all of these projects are with an eye on sustainability, on sharing with each other what's going well, sharing with each other what still needs to be improved, and also just learning from each other in that process and motivating each other to take action. So these different sub-projects following the Erasmus Plus, they're called intellectual outputs. The green challenges and learning modules I'll talk about in a bit more in depth later, but just to highlight quickly the best practices and the roadmap. Best practices is from each university. They share 2 projects that they're doing when it comes to sustainability that is already going well in the university. They are going to be compiled into one big document that our universities, but also other European universities can share amongst themselves to see if that can be implemented there as well. And then the roadmap will be at the end of the UniEco project, kind of a big evaluation of UniEco itself, what went well, what could go better, also for future collaborations with universities to learn from and to take those lessons with them. So going into the green challenges, that's one that I've been involved with most because it's also quite close to what I usually do as a community coordinator. The green challenges for Sustainable Campus is a challenge, kind of a competition in a way, from different groups of staff or students or a combination to come up with an idea on how to make the campus more sustainable. So it's usually about very visible things that you can do on campus. It's kind of a trajectory. They submit an idea, and then it comes to us. We make an initial selection of, I think it was around 5. And then we help them to create that kind of, give them feedback on their project proposals and help them to get where it needs to be implemented. This year, there's 4 themes. There's the raise awareness on sustainability, conserve biodiversity, resource efficiency, and circular economy. So those are kind of the themes that the projects and the initiatives of the staff and students need to fall under. And just a couple of examples. Last year, so this happens in each university separately, and then from all these projects, there's one winner announced to kind of showcase them. Last year, that was Sustainable Period Products initiative by a student group at Trinity College Dublin. They provide period products for their students there, but this was a project to make sure that these were also sustainable and to make sure that there are a bit more conscious decisions there. From our first round of green challenges last year, we are just now, actually this week, in the cafeteria in the university, there's now an environmental labeling scheme with part of the products that you can buy there. So if you're in the canteen and you want to choose a sandwich, it'll have a little label next to it with like 1, 2, or 3 leaves, and those leaves will tell you what the environmental impact is. So that's happening now which is super exciting to see, to help people make more conscious decisions. And hopefully if that first pilot goes well, it can be upskilled to other canteens as well. And then this year, it's a second round of green challenges, and we're working with one group on introducing reusable cups on campus, so also in the canteen, so that people don't just have the paper reusable cup, but they actually have a cup that they can return. Right now, they're mainly looking at Biddy cup. I don't know if you know, it's also in other universities, but basically a return system so that there's less waste. And the other one is a student group that's working towards implementing plant-based coffee machines on campus. So instead of having a coffee machine that offers just black coffee or coffee with cow's milk, it'll be oat milk instead. So that's now moving along as well, but still very much in the developing phase. Then there's the e-learning platform that's all about kind of teaching and giving people more information about sustainability. Every university makes one module. It's kind of like an online class, like that you click through yourself. We're creating one on biodiversity, which I think is now or soon online on the UniEco website. Basically, people that don't know a lot about biodiversity can go through this course to learn more about it, and at the end they'll have some practical tools as well, and like how they can make impact. And then there's also modules on waste. There's one on circular economy, carbon footprint, and water. And then this is all these projects are things that are done by the university separately, coordinated through UniEco, and you hear from each other, but it's all things that are implemented in the universities, and kind of bringing that all together will happen at the summer school in a few weeks already. And Agnella will tell a bit about that.
Yeah, the summer school will happen in the first week of June, so we don't have any pictures yet. But the idea is that we, for the first time in the UniEco project, that will actually come together in Utrecht, and that students and employees of these 5 universities are invited to come together and to share knowledge and to together practice how you cope with sustainability issues. So we've asked all of these participants to come up with a case that they brought from their own institute. And during that 1 week of summer school, we'll dive into those projects, and we'll share how other universities have maybe already tackled that problem or in the process of tackling that problem. And there will be lectures, and it will be a nice way to, it will be the last activity of the UniEco program. And finally, a way to actually share knowledge outside of the computer screen, but also face to face. So we're looking very much forward to that. So the lessons learned from this UniEco project, it's been a rather bumpy ride, especially because it was in Corona times and with 5 European universities that could not visit each other. It was a lot of online communicating, online meeting. Well, you all know how that works. And it has been difficult with the programming and the deadlines that we got, and the making sure that all universities were on the same page. But we definitely also learned that it's very interesting to talk in an international context about sustainability issues, because of course, each country has a different approach and a different level of sustainability in their institutes, but you can learn so much from each other. And it's really nice to see how the universities in this cooperation, some of them are a little bit more ahead, some of them are a little bit more behind, but there's always one project that you can show. So the best practices that we've been working on are things that all universities can learn from. So it's been a real interesting international context. And beginning of summer, a small group will come together in Rome to decide whether we will continue with this project and how we can make sure that we keep on learning from each other. I think that was the end, right? Yes.
Thanks to you both. Unfortunately, we're quite short on time, so we will immediately go to online questions, if there are any. Look, do you know?
Yes, there are quite some online questions. I'm gonna ask the most upvoted one. So have you considered setting up fridges for food saving, where people can bring leftover food that is still good, but they cannot use up in time? Especially around student housing, this might be really convenient.
Yeah, we've had projects in the past where student houses would have a fridge at some communal point, so that people with food leftovers could put it in a fridge and then send a message on social media, on our WhatsApp group, to tell people there's food here, you can pick it up for free. You have to have a very strict coordination thing with such a project, because otherwise your food will go to waste halfway and people might get ill. So that's not really, so it's a tough project to do well, but it has happened. And for the university, we are looking into more structured ways how to make sure that there's no food waste. So for example, Utrecht University's caterer is connected to the app program, what's it called? Too Good To Go. So that people at the end of the day can get their bag of food for a small price, and that food doesn't go to waste. But Eurest is the caterer. They also, for example, make all kinds of dishes with the food that is still good but left over from the day before. So we have a bread thing made out of all kinds of ingredients from the former day. We have a soup, and those they can guarantee that it's still fine to eat. And there are all kinds of such initiatives to make sure that food waste is being lowered. So we have a target of making sure that food waste is, I don't know the actual percentage, because you can never go to a zero food waste, because then you would have to tell people, you have to eat your sandwich. But we are definitely going to make sure that food waste keeps being reduced over the years. Yeah, we're not there yet.
Okay, great. Thank you. Due to time, we cannot ask the other questions, but we want to ask if you can maybe answer them online. And then I'd like to introduce the final speaker of this session. So I'd like to introduce Loic Lanlong from the Cambridge University, and he will talk to you about the Green Algorithms project.
Hi, thank you. Let me just. Right, and now the classic question, can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Ideal, thank you. Well, I'm sorry I can't be with you in the Netherlands. That would have been lovely, but it's quite sunny in Cambridge, so I can't complain. So I'm really happy to talk about green computing here today. Hopefully, so in the next like 10-15 minutes, I'll try to address three main aspects. One is there really a sustainability issue with computational research? What can we do about it? And the extra one, which is because I assume a lot of you, we have a very mixed audience of wet and dry labs. So why actually we should all think about the carbon footprint of computation, even if you only use your computer for emails and you only do wet lab-based work. So first, I don't want to make it the point is not to become paranoid and overthink every single keystroke. So we could divide the computer use between two groups. One is what we do every day: send emails, have Zoom meetings or Zoom talks like here. And then on the other side, you have intense computation, and it's fairly easy to distinguish. When you have something you need to start and that will run overnight for hours using lots of computing resources, that's on the second group. Both have carbon footprints. It's not to say that Zoom meeting doesn't or emails don't. One email, it's tiny footprint, but because we send so many of those, suddenly it becomes a big number. But today I'll mostly focus on what happens for computational research, which is intense computation, and I'll mostly talk about that on the right. Very briefly, because I can assume some of you are maybe not overly familiar with what high performance computing is. So just a very quick summary. That's the computer we're all familiar with. You have a keyboard and a mouse, and you use that to send instruction to the tower, and the tower then sends an answer or an image back to the display. And the tower is where everything happens, or in your laptop, it all fits under your keyboard. And that's the brain of the computer. But actually, it doesn't have to be, on the desk. You could, if you want to have a clean desk, you could decide to put it in a different room with just a very long cable, and that would work just the same. And now with the internet, we don't even need a cable. We can put everything through in the internet, and actually your computer can be based in a data center. It's all very simplified. Obviously, you would need a little something on your desk, but roughly that's how it could work. And the good thing of having it in a data center is you don't have to care about switching it on and off, or about taking care of it, renewing it, fixing it when it's broken. Someone else does it for you. And it also means you can scale up. You can have access to so much more computing power. Let's imagine once a year I do, very intense work and I need a big computer with lots of graphical cards and everything. But I don't want that standing on my desk all year long if I only need it once. So with the data center, I can, normally have my little laptop, but once a year use these big resources. Because it's all centralized, we can have many people access to it at the same time, which is obviously a lot more efficient, because when I'm not using the resources, someone else can. Let's say when Europe is slipping, we can have scientists from Australia use the data center. So, just more efficient. And actually, you can access it from anything. Even a smartphone works, which does feel a bit like magic. Even, I have an app on my phone and I can check what's happening, but using huge computers from a smartphone, still feels a bit like magic. But what's important to remember here is that it actually, at the end of the day, it's just a computer, and it all works the same, whether you have a laptop or you have a desk computer, or you're using HPC and data centers. It's the same principle. So everything we'll talk about today remains true. Okay, so HPC. On the plus side, well, it's enabled amazing discoveries. So I used to talk about the first direct image of a black hole, but now we need to talk about the more recent direct image of the black hole at the center of our galaxy. In biology, for example, with AlphaFold, it gives us like 3D structures for lots of human proteins. So it enabled like amazing discoveries. On the flip side, well, air pollution, to pick just one consequence of climate change, it's 4.2 million deaths per year, according to the World Health Organization, and it affects 91% of the world's population. And well, data centers are great, but they do use a lot of energy. There's no mysteries. And it's hard to quantify the carbon footprint of all the data centers in the world, but there's an estimate from 2018, which is quite interesting, which is 100 megaton of CO2 per year. It doesn't ring any bell to me, but for context, it's equivalent to the entire American commercial aviation. And you do know how much they love their planes over there. So it is it is a quite striking number. All right. Some people have started to be concerned about it. It started from artificial intelligence, just because they use like these language models that need to train for weeks using enormous hardware. So quite a lot of resources have been put into looking at that, especially when you think that sustainability, it's often intertwined with accessibility and ethics. When you think that the population suffering the most from climate change and the environmental cost of AI are also the population benefiting the least from Apple's Siri or Amazon's Alexa. So it's been a real topic, not big enough, but concerns have started. Not only AI, astronomy did absolutely brilliant work from Germany and Australia mainly, but also the Netherlands, I believe. To look at the carbon footprint of their oil field and, flying around and building telescopes, but also treating space images, because it uses huge computers. And actually, it's every field of science, not only astronomy or AI. And that's just statistics from XSEED, which is like a network of supercomputers between American institutions. And it doesn't really matter. What matters is this is just a subset of science. And last year, they charged 9 billion compute hours. So, one compute hours is one processor. So let's say one computer turns for 1 hour. That's 24 million hours per day. So, every day, 24 million compute hours were used. I just find that absolutely mind-blowing. And something you may be more familiar with, I'm sure, like, most of you doing wet lab or in biology or physics have seen some of the tools here. And that's, quite famous, well-used tools. And if we think that, citation count correlates a little bit with usage, we're looking at tons of CO2 released in the atmosphere as a result of research projects. Now, of course, I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. Well, I'd be out of a job if I was saying that. But it's just that, like the financial cost of a project, you would just estimate it beforehand. So we just say carbon footprint needs to be acknowledged the same way. some frictions remain. So that's some tweets and articles from our friends from Google and Facebook. They're not super happy with people poking around because that's their business model. So they're fighting back quite hard around that. But yeah, it was to be expected, I guess. And no, I think we have to acknowledge that we do have a problem. So now, how can we fix it? Let's just try to understand where the carbon footprint is coming from very quickly. It comes from three aspects. One is the life cycle footprint, and I'll get to that in a moment. But what matters first is to understand that it's not only a matter for dry lab scientists, it's mostly for us to think about it. But if you do wet lab work and you generate data, most likely your data will end up being used in a computational pipeline at some point. A bioinformatician will look at the data. If you generate images, and you know, you're most likely using computers anyway. So just, yeah, it's something for everyone to think of. The life cycle footprint is, you know, just from cradle to grave. So it's really like building the hardware, using it, and then manufacture and then disposing of it. One thing to remember is for consumer devices, so the laptop I'm using for this talk, your phone, your tablet, whatever, all like 70 to 80% of the total footprint is from manufacturing alone. What that means is basically, you know, keeping your devices for longer is the single best thing you can do to reduce carbon footprint. It doesn't, you know, really matter how much you charge it every other day, because you're only acting of the remaining 20%. This share is a bit lower for data centers because they're used all the time, as we've seen, but that's something to keep in mind. All right, then there's long-term data storage, and maybe that's what will be of interest for most of you. Data storage has a low carbon footprint, and you know, it will represent only 10% of the energy bill of a data center. And but you know, 10% of a large number remains a large number. So it is something to keep in mind. There are many numbers flying around. One thing you can keep in mind is, as an order of magnitude or like a rule of thumb, it's about 10 kilograms of greenhouse gases emitted for each terabyte of data you store for a year. Terabyte of data is a lot, unless you're generating high resolution images from your experiments, and then 1 terabyte is actually not quite that much. So yeah, just don't store useless data, just something to keep in mind. And finally, powering the computer, which is what we think about. Okay, what's the impact of powering this big computer during this massive task? And I won't get into the detail today. I'm happy to answer questions later, or just point you at some articles, but basically it depends on two things. One thing is how much energy it needs, and the other is where does the energy come from? Very easy. How much energy it needs, it depends on the algorithm and the hardware you use. I'm not going to get into that today. How much, you know, what's the impact of producing that energy? It depends on the energy mix of your country. And that's where there are huge differences between countries. What that means concretely, so that's called carbon intensity, and is if you run the exact same analysis from exact same task, exact same analysis in Switzerland compared to Australia, in Australia, it will emit a baffling 74 times more carbon dioxide, just because they're using coal and gas everywhere, where like Switzerland is a lot greener. I just looked up where the Netherlands was, not quite so great, so hopefully we'll get better, but that's from 2020 if I remember well, so it may have got a bit better in recent years. If you want to check out where you are, where the energy is coming from in real time, do check out this app. It's really interesting. It's completely real time, so you can see where it's importing from and everything. It's a good way to understand what's happening to the energy mix of your country. But anyway, all to say, if you have any choice in the matter, do choose the location of your data center carefully. Now, all that is good, but what we really do want is to be able for computational pipelines to estimate the carbon footprint of our own pipeline. And there was no way to do that, so we kind of had to make one. So I saw someone shared it in the chat. Thank you very much. It's basically just an online calculator where you plug in my pipeline runs for 10 hours using this hardware, and I'm located in the Netherlands, or I'm based in the UK, and it will tell you what the carbon footprint is. There are a bit more details if you scroll down. It's just a good way to kind of understand what's happening, and it also gives you a text if you want to just report it. So that was a collaboration with Jason Greeley and Michael Inouye. And yeah, if you're interested in that, just check out the paper or the app. So we were wondering, okay, will people care about it? And that's been really interesting, actually. So we launched it in March 2020. So that's just over 2 years now. And yes, people do care, and that's kind of steady increase. So now we're running about 200 users every week, which, you know, for something so niche, I wasn't quite expecting, and people from all over the world. So what it does confirm is, and I mean, all of you being here today is a proof of that, scientists do want to be more mindful of their own footprint. It's just they didn't have a tool to do it. So part of it, obviously, promoting best practice is really important, and also providing tools to estimate it, because otherwise people just don't do it. But you know, the lab, we're doing mainly computational biology. So we're like, okay, what's the carbon footprint of bioinformatics? And once we did this tool, then we crawled through a lot of tasks, and we basically benchmarked a lot of tools. I won't get into details, but just putting it out there, if you're interested, and if you do a lot of these things, you can look it up. The message is not everything has a big footprint, but a lot of tasks do. All right, and so now what can we do about it? Quite a lot, actually. And I would actually love to spend more time on those, but we only have a few minutes. So instead, I'll just point you at another thing we put out there, that especially for that. So if you're interested, or if you want to share it, it's a very simple article. You know, it's very short. It's just 10 simple rules to make it more sustainable. And I've talked about a bunch of these tips already. And then there's a whole thing about making code more efficient. But yeah, if you're interested, and you do computational research, yeah, maybe give that a read. All right, what do we need moving forward? Because obviously, and as everyone has said this morning, we're not quite there yet. We need to reduce friction further. We need to make it easier for people to estimate, reduce, and offset their carbon footprints. And we need more transparency. That means more transparency from institutions. We need institutions to say, this is the data center we're using, this is what energy it's using, this is the carbon footprint of running tasks on that. We need the same thing from cloud providers, Google, Amazon, hardware manufacturers, and us, any scientist running computational pipeline. We just need to be more transparent about that. So something very quick that I wanted to put out there, if you don't use HPC, just ignore, but basically we've been working on a beta version of like the same calculator I showed, just embedded in the pipeline. And I'll just go very quickly, but if you're interested in that, if you just reach out and I'll let you know more about it. And very quickly, and I'll conclude, transparency is important. So some people have like used the benchmark their tools, and that's really great to see. Or we've tried to acknowledge the carbon footprint of our work in everything we publish, because we just think it's quite important, and then we try to offset what we could. Obviously, offsetting is a very complicated issue, but it's better, well, once we reduced it as much as we can. And that's it. We'll just finish on what you can do to reduce it, and that's the same advice you've heard all morning. So it's important to estimate it before doing a task, to decide whether or not you think it's worth it, and then reduce it as much as possible, acknowledge the footprint. And also, and lots of the talk this morning were great about that. It's not only the energy usage during the computation, but it's a broader issue. And yeah, and I'll thank all our collaborators, and I'll and reach out if you have any questions. I usually post some updates on the tool, on the app, of things like that on Twitter, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis, for this very interesting talk. Is there maybe a short question that can briefly be answered at this moment from the on-site audience? Maybe not very brief questions. Is there one online, Lopke?
Yes, definitely. Loic, do you think moving all computational resources to the cloud can replace the use of high performance computing in general?
That's an interesting question. Basically, we're just moving the problem because, you know, when you have a cluster in your institution, it's exactly the same data center as a cluster on the cloud. It's just on the cloud, it can be anywhere in the world, where like in your institution, it's probably next door, but it's exactly the same thing. What is better on the cloud is cloud providers, they spend enormous amount of money to make their data centers very efficient because, you know, the more efficient the data center, the more money they make. It's a pure, you know, monetary calculation. So the cloud providers tend to be more efficient because they have more resources to do so. So that could be a good idea. Now, if your local data center is using renewable energies, then it will actually be bad to move it to the cloud, where maybe it will be based in Australia. And in Australia, it's all coal-based, or in Germany, where the footprint's not that great either. So it can be a good solution sometimes, especially if you live in Australia, for example. It can be a way to have access to green energy sources, but it's not like a magical solution because actually, you know, it's the same computers at the end of the day.
Okay, great. Thank you. Due to time, I'm not going to ask the other questions. Maybe you can answer them in the Q&A. And then I'd like to introduce another member of our team, Lucia, who will shortly introduce the poster session.
Thank you. Is it possible to maximize the slides? Presentation mode?
We are working on it.
Do I have to do it?
No.
Okay. Thanks. Nice. Okay, now hang on with us for another tiny bit. We're gonna go to the Pitch Your Idea session now. Well, you've heard from speakers before how important it is to do research on sustainable research, because we don't know which best practices, we don't know how to identify the best practice for sustainability in very many cases, since it is not a straightforward topic. Luckily, there have been increasingly more studies looking at these aspects, measuring the footprint, for instance, of activities or institution, and also measuring the impact of particular interventions in sustainable research. So in this context, the aim of this poster session and Pitch Your Idea session today was to share and stimulate the research on innovative ideas to decrease the footprint of scientific research. So there are 8 posters today in total, and you will be able to see them all online on Spatial Chat for the online participants, but also via a link that you will find in our info page, and there's also a QR code for it there. Also, there are 3 posters on site that you can see in the foyer, plus the speakers from the University of Utrecht are also on site, and they will be able to answer questions during the lunch break. So time to visit the poster is anytime from now onwards, so during lunch, but also later today, if you wish. The speakers will be there approximately half an hour during the lunchtime for the Q&A. Finally, we need your help because we have to vote on these posters and determine who's going to be the winner for today. So please help us out. There's a link, QR code link for the poster popular voting from all of you. There will also be a panel of experts that will vote on the posters, and the winner will be announced at the end of today. This being said, I will leave you with the pitch presentations on most of these posters, and after that, it will be time for lunch. So. Do I have to go forward myself, or maybe? Yes.
reducing energy costs through efficient data storage. Hi, my name is Menno de Vries from the Prinses Maxima Center, and today I will briefly guide you to the possibilities on how to control data storage. Because at the moment in research it's all about big data. Datasets and files need to be increasing in size over time. Meanwhile, last decade there has been a shift from data storage from local to cloud. Reasons for this are better sharing functionalities and ensuring a data backup. However, storing your data in the cloud is a continuous consumption of energy, even when you do not use the data. Therefore, we would like to highlight 3 possibilities that we try to put into practice here at the Maxima Center in order to control this data storage. First, we are looking into compression techniques, meaning that you are actually decreasing the files in size. Secondly, cold archiving, meaning that the data is still in the cloud but at a lower consumption rate, meaning that you can still access it but with a couple of hours of delay. And third, findability. At the moment we are working on a fair data platform in order to increase the findability of experiments, thus reducing the risk of unnecessary repetition. So, in summary, although exact numbers are hard to calculate, you can definitely expect a decrease in energy costs when these 3 methods are put into practice.
Hello, I'm Mai. I'm a PhD at the Prinses Maxima Center, and today I'd like to present our pilot project of recycling lab plastics into 3D printed equipment. As you know, due to the heavy use of single-use plastics, we as scientists are responsible for a lot of plastic waste, even after trying to reduce our consumption. Much of this waste is high-quality plastic that could be recycled. Our idea: can we give lab waste a second life by turning it into new 3D printed lab equipment? As a pilot, we set up an in-house recycling pipeline. The first step here is to identify clean and non-contaminated plastics and sort it by the type of material. Next, the plastic is shredded into plastic granulate that can be fed into our filament maker. This machine melts the plastic, brings it into filament shape and winds it onto a spool, ready to use for the 3D printer. In the next step, we looked into what kinds of lab equipment would be needed and designed a small catalog of handy items. We found that equipment most needed was holders and racks. Also, we designed different items to keep our samples protected from light. We also got some requests for specialized equipment, as for example this camera holder that can be clamped onto a lab bench and set to specific heights. From our pilot, we conclude that there's plenty of clean plastic of a high enough quality to be recycled. We also find plenty of examples where 3D printing is handy to create custom labware. Since the amounts of plastic exceed the amounts that we can process via 3D printing, we envision investigating other, more high-throughput fabrication methods. I would like to thank the Maxima Foundation for funding this project and the Maxima Green Labs initiative, as well as the Dream 3D Lab for their support. And of course, I'd like to thank you for your attention as well.
Today I'm going to talk about washing and reusing of disposable plasticware in the RAF lab. So biological labs, they've got huge carbon impact, especially they have all these different equipment. Then we also fly to the conference or take various means, and we use single-use plastic. So to start in the lab to do science sustainability, we should start very slow, absorbing one change at a time, joining or creating environmental sustainability group, following 6 hours, regular organizing and decluttering, making and updating list, and applying for various awards such as LEAF. At the dance school, we recycle our gloves and masks. At the RAF lab, we wash and reuse our embryo collection plates, and these plates have been washed and reused 26 times. We also wash our 50 ml Falcon tubes and also the toothpicks, colony toothpicks. We wash our mini and midi prep columns. And we also follow other green initiatives. And in the RAF lab, we have saved around 18,000 pounds last year and approximately 1,000 kilograms of plastic waste. So I'm the laboratory manager in the RAF lab, and we received the Gold Leaf Award last year. I'm the chair of the Dun School Green Group, and recently we have received Oxfordshire High Sheriff Award in recognition of the valuable service to the climate action. I'm very active on social media, and if you want to be in touch with me, please email me. And I would like to thank all these members at the Dun School, as well as in the Green Group and my Twitter family. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Polymerase chain reaction, or PCR, is one of the most widely used techniques in life sciences. Thousands of PCR machines, also known as thermocyclers, are located in laboratories across the world. Often the thermocyclers are left on overnight. In the past, these machines were programmed to keep the temperature on hold at 4 degrees, and in some cases this practice is still used, although researchers and manufacturers are now choosing 10 degrees as the standard temperature. The poster I'm presenting shows the result of a case study that was designed to answer a few questions. 1. Can energy be saved when we raise the holding temperatures at the end of the PCR cycle? 2. What are the effects of storing the samples at higher temperature on the sample quality? And 3. Can the temperature be raised even higher than 10 degrees? So come and have a chat with me to find out the answer to this question, and let's also discuss a possible way to reduce the number of pipette tips used for gel electrophoresis.
Textiles. This is probably not the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of research, but textile research also exists, and it's very needed given the high demands on sustainable fibers for fashion. Now, how do you even produce these fibers? Very shortly, there's this processing called melt spinning, and it simply means that you melt the polymer and then you spin it. And in the end, you have different bobbins with fibers of different properties to test. The thing with melt spinning research is that it generates a lot of waste, an average of 45 kilos of waste per week, and it just gets incinerated. That's why I decided to start a little project to reduce all this. The first step was to determine the different types of waste, then evaluate possible circular solutions, and finally we have to ask ourselves how sustainable all of this is. Currently, I'm finishing step 2. So let's take a look. Basically, we have identified 4 different types of waste during yarn spinning, and circular solutions for 3 of them. Type 1. Coming from the bobbins after the tests are done. Type 2, coming from this vacuum gun right here, which is used to guide the yarns through the rotating godettes. Type 3, coming from the spinneret, while you wait, for example, for the throughput to stabilize or when you are taking care of a problem. Type 4, degraded polymer that can simply go to the trash. The solutions researched so far are using type 2 as insulation or filling material, for example, to fill a cushion or a jacket. Making new pellets so you can spin the polymer again. And finally, simply knit textiles. The yarns from the bobbins are perfectly fine for knitting. In order to find a use for all this, the best thing is to collaborate with textile designers or other institutions in the area. Want to know more? Please find me by my poster later or send me an email.
Hi, my name is Questionnaire and I'm a master's student in industrial ecology, and I'm currently doing a project at the Erasmus MC to calculate the impact of leaf implementation in different laboratories. It's in collaboration with LEAF, Erasmus MC, Green Labs, and I'm doing this together with Lucia and Thomas. Now, a short introduction. What actually is LEAF? LEAF means Laboratory Efficiency Assessment Framework, and it's a sustainability program developed at University College London, and it helps research laboratories to achieve more sustainable operating procedures. The LEAF framework contains different methods. We're doing it in a few different steps. First, we're adjusting the LEAF calculated parameters or refining the data. Then we're doing a short interview to see which habits have changed. Then we're actually changing the calculators with the data that we found. and we're doing an energy consumption. Now, here you can see a few of the examples of data that we actually found. We talked to facility management and waste management, and this is how we changed all the data. So we changed from the UCL example to the specific Erasmus MC data. Now, here you can see a few of the examples of data that we actually found. We talked to facility management and waste management, and this is how we changed all the data. Now, some preliminary findings as we're doing the energy consumption, also working with PCR machines, centrifuges, fume hoods, incubators, computers, and we've now found a bit of data, but we're still going further with that project. Now, some preliminary findings. And for the next steps, we're going to interview a lot more different laboratories at the Erasmus MC to talk to them what has made the biggest difference and what is going to have the biggest impact. And this will help us quantify the data and to show how the LEAF pilot actually is working. Thank you so much.
This poster presents a comparison of the environmental impact and costs of plastic pipettes and glass pipettes within the Utrecht University Laboratory Skills course. 4 students from Science and Technology for Sustainable Development made a comparison of the environmental impact and costs of the single usage of polystyrene pipettes to the possible alternative multiple usage of glass pipettes in a specific practical teaching setting of a 10-week College of Pharmaceutical Sciences course. They modeled the environmental impact and economic costs in a program called SimmerPro. Figure 1 shows the flowchart of the plastic polystyrene pipettes. This product system is cradle to grave, since plastic pipettes are currently not recycled and burned completely together with the plastic waste bin. Figure 2 shows the flowchart of the glass pipettes. This product system is cradle to cradle, since glass pipettes are disposed when broken and recycled to new glass products. Figure 3 shows that polystyrene pipettes have a 4 to 5 times increased total environmental impact and total cost impact compared to the glass pipettes when used for 30 years. In conclusion, after 1 year, glass pipettes are more sustainable than plastic pipettes. After 3 years, the glass pipettes will be cheaper. After 30 years, the glass pipettes save over 5,900 euros compared to plastic pipettes. Glass pipettes are environmentally and economically better to use than the plastic pipettes for the lab work of the 10-week CPS course. In the future, we should switch from plastic pipettes to glass pipettes whenever possible, remove other plastic lab materials if possible and replace them by glassware, and research more sustainable cleaning methods for the glass pipettes.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that. Now it's time to enjoy lunch. And yeah, don't forget to vote on the posters, and we'll see each other in 1 hour approximately.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. And welcome back to the SureSim 2022. I hope that those of you who were on location, you enjoyed a wonderful lunch, a vegan lunch. And I hope that those joining online, you know, I hope you also enjoyed a great lunch, but I'm very happy to see that you are still here with us, actually, after the entire day. So my name is Miruna Roșu, and I will be your host for the next hour or so to discuss really a very timely topic, and that is the topic of sustainable conferencing. By the end of this hour, you will feel hopefully more empowered and more knowledgeable about the topic and opportunities that lie ahead of you to shape or to reshape the international conference arena. So the COVID pandemic has given us a window of opportunity to reinvent conferences and to address some of the long-term difficulties related with sustainability and accessibility posed by traditional conference formats. And to discuss those very important developments, we have a wonderful panel of experts today with us that I'm going to introduce to you right away. We have Brandon Rouse. Hello, Brandon. Brandon is currently an environmental officer at the EMBL in Heidelberg and has developed their very first sustainability strategy. He has an extensive experience in the sustainability sector in both the UK, in both the public and the private sectors, and he is a EU Climate Pact ambassador. So welcome, Brandon.
Pleasure to be here.
Next, we have Jeroen Dobelaer. Hi, Jeroen. So Jeroen is a cell biologist at the Max Perutz lab in Vienna. He has created the grassroots initiative, or actually climate group, where he advises the University of Vienna to implement sustainable measures. He has started also the International Climate Cafe to discuss sustainability in academia, and he is the author of several blogs and papers on sustainability. So welcome, Jeroen.
Thank you.
Next, we have Victoria Lamprinaki. Hi, Victoria. She's a sustainability officer at the Company of Biologists and is responsible for a sustainable conferencing initiative that supports biologists in really creating more sustainable events. So that is very great for us today. She is also a member of this Institute for Corporate Responsibility and a Positive Impact Ambassador. Welcome, Victoria.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here.
And last but not least, we have Leo Barter. Hi, Leo. He's a staff scientist at the Leiden Observatory in the Netherlands. Next to that, he co-founded the grassroots network Astronomers for Planet Earth. He also initiated and chaired the working group on sustainability by the European Astronomical Society and a committee on the topic at his institute. So welcome, Leo.
Thank you.
It is really great to have all four of you with us today. We will be taking some questions from both our on-site audience here and for those of you who are home. So if you're on location, feel free to really just raise your hand whenever you have a question and when the moment arises. And for the ones at home, just use the Q&A to send in your favorite questions, and don't forget to upvote them. So now let's start. I guess I have a question for all four of you, and that is really quite broad. So I'm going to start like that. So in your opinion, what are the goals of a scientific conference? What is really meant to fulfill? So we can perhaps start in the order I presented. So I believe I started with Brendan. So what is, in your opinion, the goal of a sustainable conference, or a conference?
Yeah, thank you, Marina. I mean, really, I'm sure the other panelists are much better qualified to mention this than I am, being as they are scientists themselves. But from a kind of an outsider's view, it's about knowledge transfer and getting your research and your message across, at the highest level. I think it probably helps to break this down into the different players involved and what are their goals. And certainly for somebody like EMBL, and we obviously put on big conferences, it's it's about getting the research that's done to as wide an audience as possible to provide a great experience for people who are attending our conferences. And then if we look at some of the attendees, I'm pretty sure there are lots of people who attendees who just want to find out about the latest research, to share their own, to share their posters, to get their faces known, all the way through to more experienced people where for them it might be about prestige and their reputation and stuff like that. So I think it does help to break this down. It's a very global question into the different characters or actors within a scientific conference.
All right, yeah, that's it. Thanks very much. Maybe we can move on to now Jeroen.
Yeah, I can just agree. So as a scientist, I mean, it's a great tool to present yourself and your work. And also for scientists, it's very important to get feedback, positive, negative feedback, to know what you're doing, and also exchange ideas. So this is a great tool. The only thing I want to add is scientific conferences is one, but there's also a lot of collaborations where people fly, right? So we also have lots of people flying in for just thesis defense or a small project, and these we also need to calculate in when we do the travel budget, but also to see how communication would work, right? So I think also these ones are important to include.
So what I'm sensing from the both of you is that is really just to share your data, right? To share your scientific data and to try to connect with people that are from your own field so far. All right. Would you want to add something, Victoria?
I think I'm pretty much covered. It's just being far away from like science now because I've moved on. I feel it's pretty important to meet people so that you create like a relationship with them that you otherwise couldn't create by just emailing each other. But at the same time, I have to say we need to think about sustainability. So you can always create partnerships via a virtual or a hybrid event. You don't have to fly all the way there. But yes, for me, I think the most important is creating a relationship when you meet a person, either virtually or in person. So yes, creating partnerships is.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. But you just gave away a little bit of, where I'm going. No worries, no problem. It's important to touch those topics as well. And I was wondering if Leo would like to add something, or is it similar to what the other three said?
I think I mostly agree with what has been said. Perhaps one point I think that shouldn't be underestimated is the legacy aspect of conferences, to just capture the state of a discussion. That might be important for historians of science, but also just to understand how the field is evolving. Conference proceedings can be helpful in that respect.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But now let's maybe perhaps move a little bit into how can we then, if conferences are so important to hold, to build relationships and to share data, how can we make those traditional conferences more sustainable? So we're not moving yet into other formats of conferences. Those traditional conferences, how can they become more sustainable? What kind of things would you change or would you adjust? And again, I would say that this is a question for all of you. You can, whoever has the first, idea, maybe you can jump in. I'm not gonna use the same order now. So whatever your thoughts are.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, first thing I would say, sorry, Joan, I jumped in first, Nana, is, just a question, is this conference really necessary? Is an annual thing really necessary? Can it be moved and done biannually, etc.? And then the other thing is the location. Are you picking a location that's accessible by public transport, that's accessible for the target audience that you're looking at? There's loads more, so I'll leave the rest of the panel members to mention some.
Yeah, that's definitely good to take into account, whether we can reduce the number of conferences that are being held yearly or smaller meetings. Perhaps we could mix those into a larger event, a little bit more spread out, not every year. But if I can add something, perhaps we can think about food, or I'm not sure, other things that can be changed at the moment. Does this ring a bell for any of you? Other kind of things that we could adjust?
Yeah, so maybe I can add. I was at the meeting last week, and there's still, I mean, it's still considered a little bit as like meeting tourism, right? So a lot of people came to Vienna, which was nice to see. But then there is a big of social event. People stay. There's needs to be. It's a little bit. People need to be entertained on site. There's companies that want to provide goodies or information. So it's still a very difficult trade-off, because half of the conference was sponsored by one company. So of course they wanted to make a presence. So it's a complicated mix. So I think what we need to do is really go back to what we think is important in the communication, and really analyze what can be substituted. And one other problem, I mean, even from the meeting, was that even if Vienna is very well connected, very few people came by train. And this is also, I guess, a topic which is too big for us, because the connections are still not good enough for the time frame for most people. So I think we really have to come up is how can we distill certain, or how do we combine the communication we want in science? Yeah.
Yes, actually, that is one of the things that I totally agree with. We need to start changing the way we think that conferences and events in general work, and what we need to get out of them, and how to become more sustainable. It's something that in a way, it starts from us as individuals. I know it sounds a bit cheesy, but at the end of the day, in order for the whole system to change, we each need to change our habits. So I would say if we want the traditional conference to still happen in a way that covers everybody's needs, we need to change our habits and we need to change our perception. Some things are not necessary, or some things may take us a bit more time, like, for example, actually choosing not to fly from Germany to Austria and taking the train. It will take you more time, but if you see the bigger picture, your, being outside your comfort zone could actually help with the footprint of the whole event. So maybe we should start and change a few of our own individual habits so that we can help the whole conference, the whole event that we want to attend to. And of course, our own footprint, since we are part of the problem, let's be part of the solution, again with the cheesy lines. But yes, individual habits is one of the things that I feel we need to rethink when we discuss planning a sustainable conference in the way that we want it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it comes from the individual, and then of course, once the individuals come together, then you create a community and you pressure each other to have certain actions. I couldn't agree more. I think Brendan has his hand up. Yeah.
There's a few that I think someone's mentioned in the chat there. The consumables, just the food, the freebies, and things that come with this sort of emblem. And again, it's possibly being driven by the pandemic, is things like abstract books now being completely digital and reduced to huge amounts of printing, etc. But two other quite major things I think need to be considered here is one's the social aspect of, if you go back to a fully on-site thing, there's like the inclusion aspect that you're losing and the accessibility. So I think that's something that really needs to be thought about. And then finally, if you're doing like a green conference and doing green actions, and it comes back to the talk that we started with this morning about communicating, we've got to normalize sustainable behavior when it comes to conferencing and make it feel like you're not doing anything special by doing this. You're not the different person, but it's completely normal. So if you're doing it, promote the hell out of it and shout about the fact you're green, nudge people into greener travel behaviors and things like that.
All right. Yeah, anyone else wants to add anything? I mean, this really bridges a little bit towards the next questions that I had in mind. So it's a little bit about the transport and the way to reach those conferences. If they are big international conferences, many people are going to fly there. So at least my own perspective, not my own perspective, but my own experiences, at least in the institute where I work at the Erasmus Medical Center, there we have created a map, and where when it comes to attending conferences that are far away from a certain kilometers in Europe, or of course some places are really unreachable unless you use the plane. But we have this kind of map that is guiding us whether we should take a train or whether we can take the plane. And really the way they said it, it's just, if you don't take the train when you can, we're just not going to reimburse you. Is this a way that we could, like, what are the actors actually that are important to really make policy changes when it comes to attending conferences, traditional conferences? Like, if you allow people to choose for themselves, of course, that's a great idea, but it is nice to incentivize a change in some way. So do you have any experiences with that? And who do you think are the actors that should take the lead on this kind of policy changes, I would say?
I can add something here, but just a quick comment to the question before.
Oh yeah, of course.
Regarding what can be done differently for traditional, or some people call them legacy conferences. Perhaps they're already a thing of the past. I think we should be very careful here with all the other solutions that are being suggested, because sometimes this really is just greenwashing, to be blunt here. If you have a traditional conference and people meet in some fancy place and everyone takes a flight, and then you say, well, oh, but we don't have plastic cups. I mean, that's really nice, but it's really not the solution. And we're seeing this in astronomy. This is happening at the moment, that people are so eager to come back to in-person meetings. And then they say, oh, but we have reduced plastics and we reuse our dongles and stuff. That is not the solution. I think we should really call out such behavior and say, no, this is not what is a sustainable conference. But to your if I may jump directly to your other question of who are the actors, I think for travel behavior, as has been said here before, this is an individual choice thing, so a behavioral change that needs to happen, and that is something that is very where people are very sensitive to it. If you tell them you are not supposed to fly anymore or less or something. So I think this really should be coming from a group, from everyone essentially, who should agree on, oh, we realize this. I mean, you know, especially in the academic field, everyone knows what is at stake. I mean, we can all read IPCC reports and we know what's at stake. And if we just come together and say, okay, we really need to fly less, and we need to find guidelines, as has been said before, for how this can be done, what are good reasons to actually fly to a conference or to some other meeting and what are not good reasons, then you can already make a huge difference very easily. I think you can cut down the factor 2 or 3 essentially immediately without any impact, without any damage on science at all. And then for the remaining flights that may still be necessary, we can then see how to discuss how to find a solution for this in the next years.
Anyone else has any addition to this? Otherwise, I'm happy to start taking some questions from the audience. Yeah,
I just jump in again, a little bit of organisers. Again, it comes back, and I'd probably push back a little bit there when we talk about the normalising and the promoting, not so much greenwashing, but the genuine good. So when we're looking at the organising of an event and we put the travel guidelines, then we make a big thing. The first thing is the nearest airport. You know, how common do we see? The nearest airport is here. There'll be a shuttle bus from the nearest airport to the events place. All these little things, we're just normalising flying. Grants that say that we'll pay for flights, etc., etc. I mean, people who attend conferences are kind of bombarded with this. Flying is the normal way. And I still think actually the green conference, people like us, it isn't yet mainstream, and it's a little bit of a bubble. So I think the organisers themselves really have a big job to play here on one, making sure that they are located in an accessible place by public transport, and then that they just are very aware of the subtle messaging that they're giving to people that actually normalise the bad behaviour and don't enable the better behaviour.
All right, Victoria, I think you want to add something.
Yeah, it's just that I'm afraid it's much more complicated. I'm sure you hear that all the time for practically most of the topics, especially in science, but there are so many different factors. And I feel that, especially when it comes to who should start and who should do the pushing and things like that, I feel it's basically each institute should try and make sure that they communicate with everybody in their organization what it means to become more sustainable and why we should be doing it, just to raise awareness for each individual. I'm sure everybody knows that this is an urgent matter, right? We're not playing with things here, but at the same time, we need to push the message out there about why you should be slightly, out of your schedule or your timetable and take the train, and make sure that, as Leonard said, that we don't greenwash stuff. I am all pro ditching plastic and being, of course, sustainable and things like that. But the attendees, the participants of a conference, of a meeting, of a workshop, should understand that it's much more than just the reusable plastic, and what they can do themselves when they come in a meeting, and how they can, make sure that they have their waste management system in place and how they can use it and things like that. So I feel that when we talk about actors, there are so many different groups of people that have to come together and think about what we can do and spread out, and how we can spread out the message. That is, practically impossible to have a list of them. But hopefully in the near future, like, tomorrow, we can all go back and think individually how we can help itself, like ourselves and our groups around us, and start the change. So I'm sure you wanted a more definite answer about which actors can help us, but I'm afraid there's so many people that can have
Yeah, we are here to brainstorm, and I think there's not a definite answer to this, but it's just to think about all the things that could be changed. I guess that's amazing to hear about. And I mean, we haven't touched, for example, we touch on the transport, we touch on the food a little bit, but it's really also how the conference is set up, where the energy comes from that is being used for that. It's really a lot of details that we could go to, but at least that people start thinking about it, I guess. And Jeroen, I would love to hear maybe your input on this before we move on.
Yeah, I think just as an experience, I think what we need to develop is some kind of feedback system, right? So getting the data, because most universities or conferences are not accounting their flights yet. And then, I mean, just to give an example, if you post something on LinkedIn or somewhere else, you get an email the day after, like, oh, you have so many comments, and you feel good because you have a big response. We need to develop this much quicker response that people get to know, okay, now I use this or I did this, what's the influence of that? And unfortunately, society is moving in that direction of action and reward system. I think we need to find out something for flights also, because our university is now charging something extra for flights and putting in a pot of money, and they will do some sustainable actions at the university. But it takes the connection is lost, right? You have your effort of paying a little bit less or extra is not connected to the actions. And I think we need to find ways that people really see the reward of either taking more time by taking a train ride or by paying something extra, and what can this influence. I think we really, I mean, it's maybe more in the social science, but it's also something we have to think of. Yeah.
I have a very interesting question. I thought I could move already, but one last question, because it's really linked, is the question of offsetting. So we heard this, we had this question, we had it selected actually by the organizing team from, I think it was, I'm not sure if LinkedIn but yeah, definitely I think we should discuss, is offsetting a solution for this, or is it just sort of hiding away the problem, or yeah, creating an illusion that you are fixing the problem, or else you just keep doing the same thing. Yeah. So what is your idea about offsetting, for instance, your travel, your flight? Maybe we can start with Brandon on this one.
Yeah, I mean, quite an easy one for me as far as I'm concerned. It's quite a distraction. I mean, if we really look at this globally, the global issue, there's simply not enough abatement available to us, not enough technologies we know about to even get anywhere near 2 degrees of global warming, let alone sort of 4 degrees. And the science is clear. I'm sure Nicolina is on board. You've already talked about this for a day. You know, we need to reduce the size of our footprint by 50% by 2030 and have it near zero by 2050. And then the offsetting and the removal of carbon from the atmosphere is something that I think should be looked at. And the other thing I'd say is, you know, it probably does have a part to play. By the way, in offsetting, you can get an offset for avoided emissions, which means somewhere over, you know, on the other side of the world would have built a coal power plant, but now they're not going to because you've given them money and they're going to build a wind farm instead. That has not removed a single ton of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, but yet you could claim that as an offset. So I'm not entirely for it right now. It does have a part to play, but it has a part to play for those kind of hard to abate industries, you know, and I don't think scientific conferences should be seen as one of those, and it shouldn't be the industry that's using offsets, the limited amount available that we have.
Yeah, please go ahead, Victoria.
Just building up on what Brendan said. So I'm a sustainability officer, and what I do is build the strategy, right? So what we learn when we start working in the field is that actually you don't have offsetting. This is not even something that you should read about. You should first of all see how much you actually emit, identify your footprint and the sources of your emissions and things like that. Then try to reduce as much as possible and cut out anything that you might imagine is the source of emissions. And then you cut more and more and more. And you're at a stage where you might have operations that you have to cut out entirely from your company, for example, because they're actually very, very, very polluting. And then at the end of all this, if you still have like a very small percentage left, then you might or might not, depending on your industry, be allowed to think of offsetting. So I feel that we haven't tried everything else, at least when it comes to conferences and meetings and workshops and events generally in academia. We haven't tried everything else. And now we reach the point where we can't reduce anymore. So we think about offsetting. We thought about offsetting before, creating the plan of what we can reduce and how we can reduce it and what alternatives we have. I don't think that offsetting is, neither good nor bad, right? It's something that is just should be the last resort for us. And I haven't seen everything else happen. No, that's like too harsh. I have seen other things happen and I have seen changes and things like that. But we need to become a bit stricter with ourselves and, with various different events and things like that. And then see what happens. Because as Brendan said, a lot of these things are not necessarily true. So a lot of these projects out there, and there was a huge discussion in the sustainability field like 5-6 years ago. A lot of these projects are not true, are not really happening, are not what they claim they are, and things like that. So I feel that it's not a bad idea. Offsetting is not a bad idea inherently, but it should be our last resort, not the to-go solution. So yes, I totally agree with Brendan and everything like that. It's just let's keep it for the last step in our plan, like after 2050, where we actually manage to reach as much as we can.
All right, so just at the end, if you have something left, offset, but try to do it by other actions at the beginning. And I see Leo's hand, and I apologize if I haven't seen it before because it's really on the logo, and it's difficult for me to see, but I see it now. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm actually quite glad to see that offsetting is so clearly rejected by you here, Brendan and Victoria. I fully agree. The only thing I wanted to add is that there is actually no scientific basis for offsetting. I mean, there have been some papers trying to assess whether this can actually work. And one of the problems is that if you take a flight now and you emit a number of tons of CO2 equivalents, and then you plant a tree, then the CO2 is now in the atmosphere, and the tree may or may not grow over the next 50 years or 100 years, and then perhaps suck it out of the atmosphere again if it doesn't burn before. So there is a problem of timescales as well, and many other problems. So I fully agree with what has been said. Offsetting is not a solution. We have to reduce our footprint.
I see a consensus here, unless Jeroen disagrees.
No, I completely agree, and I think it's also the companies that use it make this link, right? You buy your ticket and you offset it immediately, and you're happy, right? So they actually use the trick I said before. We should use it too, but in another way to give people the feedback or get a feel. And this is, I think, generally, right? I teach students too, and just give people a feeling what they're consuming. I mean, it seems so obvious, but many people, I would say, even in the scientific community, don't have this feel for what they consume. Also in the lab, right? I don't know what the number was for the Astronomy Institute. It was 18 tons a year. I mean, this is huge. I mean, most people in Europe are using 3, 4, maybe 5 tons a year. So it's a huge footprint, right? And we need to get a feel of it's like air, right? It's the CO2 gas flowing around. Nobody has a feeling for that, but we need to develop this feeling and give feedback, I think. Thanks.
All right, great. Well, definitely a consensus. And yeah, let's see. Actually, now maybe we can stop with our questions and get some from the audience. I think it's great if we start with the persons inside. So are there any questions? You can just raise your hand. I don't see any hands. Oh, you have a question.
Yeah, I actually have a question. I wanted to ask you, what would you tell to young researchers that kind of feel stuck between the fear of missing out and the environmental guilt of attending a conference because they're just not stopping from one day to the other?
Yeah, anyone wants to take this one? Otherwise, I will point somewhere.
I mean, I'm happy to mention. So anecdotally, I joined EMBL 2 years ago at the start of the pandemic, and I had this discussion with our courses and conferences team about the impact, and they kind of used to smirk at me when I talked about, I was so naive up until a few weeks ago when our conferences came back onto site, and actually how awesome they are. Like that service, the barbecues in the evening, the poster sessions, they are great. And that is a massive perk, I think, of the job. And I'm looking at it now that it would almost be like going to a banker and saying they have to give up their annual bonus for the sake of sustainability. It's a perk and it's going to be a really hard thing to give up. So I think this is a cultural issue. It's part of the scientific society. Again, I come back to it, it needs to be normalized, the idea that travel is reduced. But what's possibly a good thing for this is that, that younger generation that's coming through, the digital natives, they are going to be just so much more used to virtual, getting to know people online, having virtual interactions than possibly some of the more experienced members of the scientific community who have grown up with conferences, and it's going to be difficult for them to let that go. So possibly what we'll see is just a shift naturally as these digital natives become the more experienced and the leaders, that virtual conferencing and hybrids, etc., will just naturally become more accepted. And actually we'll look back at these on-site conferences the way that we look back at kind of telephones on phone lines now. It would just be kind of like, really, that just seems so old school that you would all fly somewhere and meet, and it takes years of planning. If you're virtual, you can be snappy, you can arrange something then and there, and 2 weeks later, you've got a conference possibly. So I would say that to somebody who's kind of growing up now, who's got this fear of missing out, is I get it, and I sympathize, and it's possibly not fair to say that you should miss out, but I do think that naturally this change will kind of happen.
All right, and I'm going to give the word to Leo now, and then we will move to a new question. Go ahead, Leo.
So just a tiny addition. Again, Brendan, I agree with, with everything that you said. I think it's if we naturalize that, and if people are more used to using online tools, then that can work quite well. And I just wanted to give one example, and this is the grassroots network that a few of us have built up in astronomy. This Astronomers for Planet Earth that now has 1,400 astronomers, and we have published various articles, organized meetings and workshops, and most of us have never met in person.
Wow.
And I think I find that still quite amazing, and we have very good relationships with each other. I mean, let's say other people in the US who are very active in this. I mean, I know them personally. I know what their sister is doing, and I know what they're doing for their holidays, but I've never met them in person. So I think we're already there if we want to. And yeah, it takes a little bit of effort. It's a change of paradigm, and certainly it changes. It takes a change of mindset for the more senior people who think that you cannot network if you're not at a conference.
Yeah.
And that is just wrong. And that is just, I mean, yeah, like Brandon said, it's like telephone lines, which I don't know who uses them anymore.
So you can network, you can build meaningful relationships, but you cannot have the drinks afterwards in person. You could have them online. That's also fine, right?
There's all sorts of technical solutions. Actually, one person who's also online at the moment as a visitor, Vanessa Moss in Australia, has been very active in researching new ways of interacting with each other. For example, using virtual reality. And I also tried this now, and this is really amazing. I mean, you have your virtual reality goggles, and you can meet other people on Mars and talk about, Mars exploration. How cool is that? I mean, you cannot do that in a real conference. You can stand next to the satellite and rotate it and have a look inside. You're not allowed to do this traditionally. So you can do so many more things, but you just have to try.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's very inspiring to hear you talk about it like that, because I think that gives inspiration to other people as well, that it is possible to do it. So, okay, I'm gonna now move to the question in the chat that I had before. This is from Nicolina, and she's asking, I would like to hear your opinions on equality in flying in terms of senior versus junior researchers, and how these two groups benefit from going to conferences. If at any institutional level, we would try to reduce flights. Who should fly less? Everyone, the most frequent flyers, the seniors, or the juniors? So this is a very interesting question, actually. Oh my God, now I don't see you anymore. Finally, yes. So I see Jeroen has a question, or a hand up. Tell me.
A hand up, yeah. I think it's what we need to work with is some kind of budgets, right? And of course, as Nicolene pointed out, at the moment, it's actually the senior members that are flying most. I mean, we had people flying up to 100 times a year in our institute, so where most students go to a meeting every second year or something like that. So it's a huge discrepancy, and of course, everybody pays for the institute's footprint. So I would say that many of the meetings for students are easily reachable by train, or most of the time, because they're Europe-based. So I think this can be replaced. And then we need to find out ways to reduce the number from the senior scientists. And what we have done is many more or many less invited speakers come by plane. So this is one easy way, and this now we have a good hybrid setup that this works really well on campus, and also for other events where it's not really necessary. We just need to find alternatives. And if you do that, I think we managed to, or the calculation per group is that we can reduce 80% of the flights per group. So if we would do that. Another thing I want to mention to compare is offices. I don't know if people have seen this. Most PIs have an office and can easily have set up a good setup in their office. Most students don't. So what we are advocating on campus is that we get some kind of pods for students where people can really have a good experience of having online meetings as a student. And this can be like with a booking system, whatever. And this is not present. So there is also on the virtual level, there's still a discrepancy we have to work
on. Victoria, please go ahead.
First of all, that pod idea is excellent. I feel that every campus needs one, and we need to make sure that we will help people that really want to attend virtual meetings and virtual conferences, and having the network and the equipment there is an amazing idea. So great idea. I would love to hear more about it. I just wanted to add something, which in a way, Nicolene's question and the previous question we got from the audience come together in my mind in a way like we really need to change the way we think about science and networking and creating partnerships and everything like that. Because with, senior level scientists and professors and things like that, they do get more opportunities to fly out and go everywhere. And younger researchers, because I have been in their shoes, you get less funding and you get the fear of the FOMO, as we say, so the fear of missing out. And I totally get it. How can you not fly out because of the environmental reasons when you have one chance per year to show your research and create the partnerships? And I feel that this is where we link back to our discussion in the beginning. We need to change our mindsets, and this change needs to be in all levels. Everyone in science needs to rethink what we want and how we create our future and how we share science. And it doesn't have to be, young researchers that have to pay the price of not going somewhere or virtually joining and not having the opportunity to share their results and things like that. We need to rethink and work together. And it shouldn't matter where you are in your career and in your research. You should, try to be a bit more democratic about it and think about sustainability as part of our connections in a lab or in an office and things like that, so that we all become a bit more equal in that sense, in the sense of joining events. So I feel, again, we need to change the way we think, all of us, me included. So yes, changing the mindset, as somebody else has already mentioned in this panel, changing the mindset, that I feel is the key to doing real change in the future.
Jeroen, go ahead, but could you please keep it a bit
brief? I just have one.
Yeah.
I think there's still work to do, and I was just want to give one example. Is I was on a faculty search committee, and one of the criteria was to have a talk or to give a talk in person on a meeting. Was this one of the selection criteria? So I think we also there's certain things we need to change to make sure that that people are not losing out, and this can be done. This is just one paragraph that needs to change, but it's still there, yes.
All right, so I would like to, I mean, we talked a little bit about online. I mean, you mentioned online meetings today. This is a hybrid meeting. What do you think are really the opportunities that those kind of meetings offer if you compare it with those traditional formats? Like, they will have some advantages over the traditional formats. I understand the advantage of less emissions, but on top of that, are there any things that you can think that that would set those apart from the traditional formats, just having a hybrid and online meetings? Can you, Leo, start perhaps sharing your thoughts this time?
I was partly just thinking about answering a question in the chat, but sorry.
It's quick, it's quick.
You're asking about hybrid and online meetings. I think both have their advantages, and I would make it dependent a bit on who the audience is. I mean, for example, for the European Astronomical Society meeting, where 90% of the participants are actually from Europe, I think it does make sense to have a meeting at a specific location if you want to, you know, meet and get together, which has its nice social aspects as well, but then have a really good online component to make sure that you get everyone there as well. If you want to have an actual international meeting, which is not so much focused on a specific region, but perhaps on a topic, and that should actually involve everyone on this planet, then I think online is much better than hybrid, because it actually puts everyone on the same footing. And again, quoting what my colleague Vanessa Moss said before, from people from Australia, I mean, they would always be left out, like also people from Africa and from other places who cannot as easily as we in Central Europe travel by train. So if you want to have an actual inclusive global meeting, it has to be online. There's no other way around it.
Exactly, that's what I was going for, trying to send this image or this message that they are more inclusive indeed. Not everybody can join, not everyone affords those kind of meetings. The flights are very expensive, the fees tend to be more expensive. So that would make them more inclusive in a way. Everyone else wants to add something about that? Otherwise,
I mean, I'm happy to jump in. So, I mean, at EMBL, we've noticed, so we had a conference on malaria, right? And we noticed, well, the conference organizers noticed that the virtual times, actually, they had a lot more researchers joining, you know, from Africa, where it's a much bigger problem, and great research and really great contributions. And they would never been able to come in the past purely because of the cost. So I agree everything Melina said, that inclusion is important. One thing I'm kind of starting to be possibly concerned about, though, is actually what you'll tend to find if you have hybrids is you might almost have like the VIP experience for the people that can afford to travel and get the barbecues and on the drinks and on the networking. And then you're going to have kind of a second-rate participation for the people who are virtual. And we've noticed this already at EMBL when they've done feedbacks on conferences. There's a very noticeable reduction in the positive, like the feedback for on-site people is always outstanding or excellent, and for the virtual, it's kind of very good to good. And so if you're the organizer of conferences like our conference offices, what are you going to do with that information, right? They still see, you know, on-site conferences as a hugely important part to play with this, because they're getting the feedback from the scientific community that that's actually more beneficial, better connection. So, I mean, it is difficult. But answering the question, you know, there's things about the speed, as I mentioned before, the speed that you could set up a virtual conference and really react to the latest research and not have to wait, you know, 10 years till the on-site conference is organized and your research is already 10 months old, right? So you'd probably be much happier to be able to go to a really reactive, quick to set up virtual one. So yeah, but I mean, inclusivity, I think, is a huge benefit. And actually, the sustainability people, we can use that as a lever. So if we can't engage with people over the environmental benefits, then we can use the inclusion benefits and see if that could be a lever that can change people's perceptions and willingness here.
Indeed. If no one has thoughts about that, I just had in my mind now, it kind of made a connection with bit the negative sides, or not so negative sides, but the limitations of having those online and hybrid meetings. Like there's advantages, like we talked inclusivity, but on top of that, we have disadvantage, and that is indeed the tools perhaps that we have and we are using currently for online meetings. Perhaps they are not developed enough to give you the experience that some people would want to have from a conference. So if you may think about limitations or less, how should I say that, challenges that online and hybrid events can have, what can we do at the moment to try to overcome, to try to make this format be a little bit more interesting and attract more people? I know that it is happening at the moment. It is picking up, but still, how can we do it to step up our game? So Victoria already, I see she has her hand raised.
Well, you said keyword, you said challenges. So I was like, yes, I have a list on that from an organizer's point of view, because we do organize conferences, meetings for our journals and things like that. The challenges with the virtual and the hybrid modes are quite like straightforward. The biggest challenge is to actually be on top of the situation when it comes to platforms, new technologies and things like that. Some of them are pretty straightforward and we all know how to use them, and others really are more complex and we really need support on that. And support means it's time consuming, or you need more money to have somebody else that actually understands technology to help you with. So I feel the biggest challenge that we've faced so far is that we sometimes are not that, that familiar with all the technologies that we can use. So it takes a bit more time or more money to organize a virtual or a hybrid conference. And I also found out that a lot of the times it's, I guess everybody knows about that, but time zones are a very huge thing, because when you want an international conference, so you really need to pay attention how you can bring virtual audiences together. And, it's exactly the same with just having virtual audiences, with having half of them on site and half of them joining virtually. I have to say, though, that we've seen a couple of people having hybrid conferences, and actually I've seen it in the chat too, having these hub-like conferences. So you do have a way to mitigate the challenge of having different time zones by creating smaller events in each time zone that are linked together sometimes per day. So I feel that, technology and making sure that you understand how to use it, which is time consuming, as I've already mentioned, and sometimes costs more money, and time zones are the two biggest challenges that we have faced as a company when it comes to hybrid meetings and virtual meetings. But I don't feel that this should be, in any way, making us not want to do these types of conferences, right? It's just one other thing on our list to solve down the line and hopefully soon. So yes, those were the two biggest challenges for us.
Thanks a lot, Victoria. And Jeroen, your turn now.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think we're still too much trying to duplicate the on-site meeting format to the online case. And I think we need to just think a little bit more outside of the box and find new ways. So something what we have done as instead of having the real meetings on a topic, we meet now much more with single labs. So we have like a joint lab meeting online. So we have one big room with a screen. They have a big room with screen with a good speaker in the middle. And this format has taken off quite a lot for our research. I think for every topic there can be a very different solution. We never did, we had this never happening that we were visiting one lab, but now we do that quite often. If we have a topic they're working on, we share our knowledge, and this works very well. So I think we need to really come up with new formats that work really well online. I agree the big online meetings is tricky, and definitely organizing it hybrid is a lot of work. But we need to just find new formats, I think.
We know that hybrids are a lot of work. We've experienced it. So we are running out of time. So I'm getting a little bit anxious because I think there's still a lot of questions I have written down. I do want to take another one from audience. Hopefully there is one, but we have to keep it a bit short with the answer. So it's going to have to be quite short. Someone interested in asking a question? Otherwise, we do have them in the chat. Oh, I see someone there.
So maybe a quick question, because basically we are now talking about ourselves, and as we are either here at the event or virtually, we are aware that we need to make a change regarding being more sustainable. But what will be the best way to really spread the spirit to get everyone of the awareness of the importance about the sustainability? Because if we continue to talk about it, it won't save it at the end of the day.
All right, Leo, maybe you can get this question. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Happy to say something about this. I think that's a very good point, and one that is actually mentioned very often when we discuss about sustainability in academia. There's also, let's say, other versions of it that say, oh, academia is just, 1%, 2% of the global budget. Does it really matter? I think it does matter what we do. Academia is part of society, and in particular, as a whole, all of science, we are the ones who are studying what the climate is doing, what the impact of the climate crisis on this planet is. So we know, or at least we can know, about the drama and the urgency of all of that. And if we don't act ourselves, that has a hugely detrimental effect on any communication that anyone tries to do. If the climate scientist says, oh, we should really reduce emissions now, like the last IPCC report said, and then scientists that just keep flying around, that just does not work at all. So I think, to me, this is really step one, and then we can use our voices to try to pressure as much as we can. And there's various alternatives to do this. There's, for example, Scientists for Future, also as a group in the Netherlands. Actually, I think they're also based in Utrecht, or at least many of them. There is Scientist Rebellion that you can join if you're a bit more into actual action, to actually block highways and stuff. We as astronomers for Planet Earth, we try to use the astronomy, the wide public access that we get to astronomers. Perhaps you have seen last week, Thursday, there was this fantastic picture of a black hole, the second one published, that reaches billions of people, really. The first one reached more than 1 billion of people. And we can use that reach and just say, and look, by the way, we do this from our small planet, which is unique in the universe. There's, as far as we know, there's no planet B. So you can just add to that message. But to do that and to be credible in doing that, we have to work on our own carbon footprint.
Brilliant. And okay, Jeroen, I see you want to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that actually, this is more or less the outcry I have is we're here, or the public in Utrecht is that's our job, right? We need to convince our peers and the public to do something. And I think we are in a very good situation, like Leo said, is that we know the data, or at least part of the data, and we just need to communicate it and show by example. Yeah, exactly.
Brendan, so the one person didn't work, but go ahead. Happy to hear.
Yeah, possibly a bit counter to what's just been said. And it's a bit of a warning that if we think that if we get the message right, we just need to say the right thing. The report just needs to be that bit of a more draconian, that suddenly it's going to change the general public's behavior. I'm not sure. It goes back again to that really great talk this morning. We need to make the emotional connection with people. We don't need to put our emotions onto them. We need to understand what motivates them, what drives them, and we need to be the ones that listen and adapt to what they need. So when we're talking about conferences, again, I think it's got a part to play, but collecting all the data and showing people the carbon footprint and saying they have to reduce it might work with some people. But as Leonard gave an awesome example about, for other people, it's going to be that, if you have this virtual conference, you put on your VR glasses, you're on the Mars, and that could have a real emotional impact on people. And I go, well, that's so much better than just traveling to a conference. I want to do that thing because it sounds way more fun. Again, nothing to do with the environment. And as you said, you know, 1 billion people have had a look at the black hole image. You can add on there that it's important that we look at the climate change. But what I'd say is the reason 1 billion people looked at that is because I think it does something to us emotionally, right? This idea, no one's ever seen a black hole before. What does that look like? I think we really need to just be a lot more aware of the impact that appealing to people's emotional side has, and to just kind of say that it's not just going to be that golden ticket, that environmental message that's the golden one that's going to change society's behavior, because I genuinely don't think it exists.
All right, so that being said, I think I really wanted to have a question from the online audience as well. All right, so I hear that I can. So I'm going to read it to you. And again, we should keep it a bit short. So I have something from Antoine. Sorry if I don't read that correct. What is your opinion on multi-site conferences? Example, he is giving an example, 2 or 3 well-accessible locations across the world. Talks are broadcasted to the other locations when time zones are compatible, otherwise recorded and played the next day. You keep the social aspect of conferences while drastically cutting down on the travel. So it is more like a suggestion. I think it sounds great. What do you think? Brendan, please.
Yeah, just jump in. So I have discussed this with our courses people kind of recently. So for them, it's very difficult. For them, it kind of doesn't necessarily solve many problems other than there's a reduction of traveling. But it's still almost trying to recreate that kind of one physical conference. It doesn't have the kind of benefits that, you know, you might be happy enough to just meet the people that live in your locale, but if you're in Asia and you really want to meet that researcher in America, it doesn't help you. And they seem to think there's loads of instances like that where it's almost like a kind of halfway step. It sounds better than it actually would prove to be from the kind of research and really looking into this that they've done at EMBO.
All right, so I will stop there. And just last thing I would like to ask you, I'm a bit pushy, 1 sentence or 2. If there was this one thing you would like your audience to take with them, what would that be? And I am gonna go through all of you now. I know I'm being pushy here and it might be difficult, but just one shout out, how do we change the world kind of thing. All right, maybe a volunteer because I don't want to point the first person. Otherwise, I will.
I can go first if you want.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's an opportunity. So for me, I mean, pre-COVID, I started. I was a cell biologist, still am, but I'm combining it with lots of sustainability. And COVID opened a new world for me. I could contact people directly by Zoom and learned so much during the last 3 years. And I met most of the people on the panel also before. So it has been an incredible journey, and this was only possible with online meetings. So just take the opportunities that come along.
Great. All right, and Leo, perhaps?
Yeah, this is not particular for online meetings, but I hope I answer your question right nevertheless. I think one thing that I would recommend everyone to do if they want to make a difference as a scientist is to inform themselves as well as possible. For example, read the executive summary of the IPCC reports so that you can really give some, let's say, authoritative information that you can, that you can really talk about the topic, and then just bring it up in whatever occasions, when you're, I mean, you don't want to be the spoiler, of course, in parties, but still try to bring it up when the thing is right. It's being very hot here, and if I don't know, so the next storm is coming up or something, to say, oh, this is actually not normal. This has actually come because of, and then just, give some little bits of information here and there. And that does a lot to change people's opinion over time.
Yeah, great. That's a great advice. So Victoria?
Well, 1 sentence. I mean, that's as you might have seen, it's really hard for me to just say in 1 sentence as I just did. So I would say to start from within, like start questioning what you're doing as an individual, because I mean, that's how I started. I realized that I was reading all these things about climate change and doing research on them, and than going home and doing exactly what I was accusing other people of doing. So start from yourselves, and you know, even if some things are not as easy as they seem, or even if sometimes people make fun of you for things, just carry on forward and start your, you know, your sustainability journey. Because if we all go back and half of us start our sustainability journey today, then we are already a step ahead, and hopefully others will follow. So yes, start from within, and hopefully others will follow.
Yeah, that touches me for sure. And I think we have only Brendan left. So
yeah, I mean, I would say use your voice, connect with people, talk to people. Go back to look at that talk this morning. How do we engage on this topic? And as much as possible, stay positive. I know it's difficult, but yeah, stay positive and don't give up the fight. That's probably rubbish answer, but there you go.
all right, that's great. Thank you so much to the four of you. But you know, time flies, and we are now at the end of the discussion. Thank you so much for the wonderful conversation we had. I wish you all the best with all your, you know, plans and sustainable ideas, initiatives that you will be taking part of in the future. And I will be happy to chat again about this. So now I will give it back to my colleagues that will announce the winner of the poster prize and give you some extra information. Thanks again, all of you, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, thank you, Miruna. Thank you all the panelists. Well, I must say it's a pity, but we actually came to the end. I myself cannot even believe that it actually went so fast. I feel very inspired, and I actually, following to what Brendan said, after today, I actually feel much more positive about all the things happening in science and all our actions towards being more sustainable. And I hope that you also feel inspired. And well, yeah, I still have to take care of some tiny things before we end. Firstly, we would like to ask you to fill in an evaluation form about this event. We will take it into account for organizing our next event, so it's very useful for us if you do. And of course, I am supposed to announce the poster prize. I must say that I was also very positively surprised about all the posters. I think that the poster presenters did also an amazing work, and I was super happy about seeing all the projects. So also once more, thank to them. And I'm also looking forward to see who is the winner of our poster prize. And it is my Brit. So. Yeah, so as you know, Mai is working with the 3D printing from Lab Plastics. I also believe that it's an amazing project. And I hope that we will be able to support Mai with a little bit of a symbolic financial prize she can then use for her project. And we will, of course, be in touch with her about that. And I actually have even more exciting news. So we really are happy to be the organizers of this year's Sustainable Research Symposium. But the next year will be organized by a new group. And I am very excited to let you know that the Sustainable Research Symposium 2023 will be organized in UK by LEAN, so the Laboratory Efficiency Action Network. I wish them a lot of luck, and I hope that they will have as much fun as we did with the organizing, and I really hope that we will all be able to join as well online. And that's actually all from me. Once more, really thank you all for creating this amazing experience together. I hope that you will stay a little bit afterwards, that we can still speak with each other in our networking session. And I will also give word to Marit, who will still say something. No? Okay, I will not give word to Marit, even though I have no clue why. Well, okay, I hope that, well, you know, it went all very fine until now. You know, I'm sure that Marit is also very happy with you all attending. She will speak to the Zoom participants about the online environment. But for now, you all are very welcome to join us in the networking session in the foyer. And yeah, well, have fun and speak some more sustainable science.